Dance to the theme tune on a Friday night, party night. The weekend starts here. And the weekend starts with me putting up the comments on screen before anyone comments. Huzzah! And God, every time I log on, is like StreamYard to tell me, "Hey, we put another feature in. We put another feature in." I've been ignoring most of them, but I was intrigued at what popped up when I logged into StreamYard tonight. So I shall be watching what happens with the stream tonight. But I guess as I continue through making my top 10 cocktails this year, I will start as I mean to go on. And I mean to go on with making cocktails. So I'm going to make the Merry Widow first. So gin, dry vermouth, Benedictine, dash absinthe, dash Peychaud's. Okie dokie. Let's rock and roll. Okay, dry gin. Why is there gin space? Did I finish something? There's a freaking space there. I should put a gin in there. Dry gin, dry vermouth, Benedictine. Good in the cupboard. Don Benedictine. Yeah. Gin in here? I do. Wait, do I have the lime gin here? Lime gin. No, didn't think so. All right, lime gin gets the shelf space, comes out of the forbidden cupboard of mystery and gets a shelf space. That is my infinity whiskey, and it's filled. You can go back in there. Okay, Benedictine. All right, get myself ready. Oh, you know what I should do? Party night, Safa, and home for the elderly. Lag issues. And Madam Butterfly, hello. Hey, you know what I just thought, and what I'm going to do? What I kind of promised to do, and I didn't. Seeing it's party night, though, I might do it. Oops. Select all, copy, then go into the Discord, and what's here? Favorite videos. Cocktails. There we go. I've added the recipes for the top 10 cocktails. Hello, Hannah, and hello, Celtic. the regular crowd shuffles in. We got cocktails. And I might just edit some of the spaces in that one. God, where are we? Okay. Just getting rid of some spaces so it don't have to scroll through as much. For those who want to know what recipes I'm making. Okay. And there we go. Alrighty. That's fixed. All right, now I'm going to make the first cocktail. Christians leave pamphlets, send you left books on payphones. Nice. Dr. Abigail. Ooh, nice. Arr, talking like a pirate. Got e-fair computer working and sealing with all the sheets made. Well, that is awesome news. I'll have to come over this weekend. Yes, Hannah, you finally saw a doctor about an eye. Oh God, you got the most disturbing diagnosis you didn't know was possible. I have to stay now until I hear this or read this, as the case may be. I am going to make a cocktail called the Merry Widow. But Hannah, like all the great storytellers, has me absolutely hooked. You have folded the outer layer of your eyeball and caused an abrasion to it. How does one fold the outer? Look, eyeballs just fold sometimes, Hannah. All right, now I agree that's a somewhat gruesome depiction of whatever the hell happened. I'm going to make this cocktail, the Merry Widow. Got to get it back open. Okay, where are we? Merry Widow. So this is basically a martini variation. So Nicanor is my favorite glass. An article said that this was dreadfully untrendy. I don't care. I'm untrendy. Okay, so measurements: 45 mils dry gin, bone dry. Which is a fun name for a gin. It's a nice gin too. Nice dry gin. Dry vermouth. I'm out of dry vermouth. Oh well, I was going to go out tomorrow to try and get some apple brandy. I'll get some dry vermouth. Jeez, I might get super fucking shit-faced tonight and make myself another martini. This is kind of a martini. Do. Benedictine. Do that much Benedictine. And we got 1 dash of absinthe. And 1 dash of Peychaud's bitters. Okie doke. We get the ice. So we can do the stirring. That'll do, lad. That'll do. Next to a shaken. Starting the night sedately, stirring this cocktail. I don't know why I want to think things instead of just speaking. But merrily stirring this cocktail, or it is merrily. Man, if you like gin, This smells really good, and I like gin, so I think this smells really good. That's probably enough stirring. All right. Another potential contender for my favorite cocktail of the year. Let's give it a taste. This is, on paper, right up my alley, so I'm not surprised I liked it. I'm Philly elderly. Rebooted your modem router to speed test. Internet's 500. Holy fuck balls, that is good. Oh yes, Dr. Abigail wants pictures of the folded eyeball. Did it in your sleep? You do lots of shit in your sleep. Oh, look, okay, so I don't know if anyone's noticed it. But if someone asks a question, who, what, why, how, the chat actually puts a little question mark icon next to it. The idea is that leads to more engagement. So anyway, cheers, y'all. This is very good. You know what? I'd probably like to try a drier version of this. So it's like a dry martini with a bit of Benedictine in it. It's really good. Okay, would I be cheating to do a modified version of it to see if that's better? Is it as... I don't think it's as good as a quadrant. I'm going to say, if I don't get too shit-faced tonight, I'm going to try a dry version of that because I really like dry martinis. This is a 50-50 martini. Ability. Everyone in Australia, FTTP has 100 meals account, gets the speed turned up to 500. Ooh, nice. Friggin' wild. Yeah, I mean, that does sound pretty goddamn good. I'm doing a drier version of this. Ooh, maybe with a bit of Navy strength gin. Yeah. Yeah, make it an ass kicker of a cocktail. There are new Tassie Devils at Healesville Sanctuary. You know what? I'm going to Healesville. I won't be going to the Sanctuary. I just go to Healesville for the boozy place. Oh, and the cheese. I got to be honest. Sophie the Cheesemonger. 2 reasons I go to Healesville. The distilleries and Sophie the Cheesemonger. Damn. If you want 2 gigabits, you need to pay $300 upgrade. If you already have... okay, see... I don't even know what mine is. It's redonkulous. I think I'm getting mine by satellite now. Or was that just Foxtel? I don't even know. I don't remember. I think people expect me to remember things, particularly technical things, because I'm pseudo-technical, or have had a lot of exposure to the IT industry over the last 25 years. Do I really know technical stuff? Well, yes. Do I remember technical stuff? Do I? Fuck. No. No, I do not. I just can't be asked remembering things. Euclid do speed. Oh, look. No. I know this. Okay. When I say I don't know what my internet is, I know the sort of speeds I get. Oh, Jesus. What was that? God, we're talking about this and my bandwidth goes to shit. Um, yeah, I think my maximum is like 50 down and 20 up. I saw that thing. Do I want to buy a pub? Fuck no. I mean, on any level, I absolutely fucking do not want to buy a pub. But that thing, you like, Safa sent me an article, the Edamugga pub. They reckon they're going to sell it for $50 million. It's like, get the fuck out. No fucking way is that worth $50 million. Jesus fuck. It's in the middle of fucking nowhere. Safa, I had the same thing for dinner tonight No, I didn't. I finished the other meal I made. I made some really fucking yummy chicken burritos, actually. They were really fucking good. I'm probably going to finish them off for lunch tomorrow, which means making something else for dinner tomorrow night. I mean, I might even keep it simple. I've been trying to cut down on bread things. I might have a pizza. There's a pizza in the freezer. I might do that. Oh, no. I've got chicken burgers and I have an idea of how to do them. Smash burgers rolled up. Ookla's rigged. Really, is it? Yeah, I've been using it since the 90s too, I think, Home for the Elderly. I mean, I think Telstra do their own one. Like if I go and search for speed test, what shows up? Ookla is first. Telstra do their own. Aussie Broadband do their own. Okay, look, I'm at the risk of totally fucking my bandwidth. I'm going to run each of them. Okay, we do speed test by Ookla. Go. See if it does the sort of things I expect. 14 millisecond ping. Yeah, I'm getting exactly what I expect, like around 50 down, although it's hovering up around 54, 55, which is actually high. And now, so usually the highest I get on a nuclear measurement is 50 up and 20 down. So this is very, very average. Okay, so let's see what Telstra says. Telstra's speed connection. Okay, 9 millisecond ping. Download is coming out the same, just over 50. So Telstra, maybe Telstra's using Ookla. I don't know. And when I think about it, I think maybe Telstra actually uses Ookla. I don't know. Multiple speed tests, check the results. Okay. Oh, God. I absolutely fucked my bandwidth doing the speed tests. Okay, and there's one more I'm going to try. Aussie Broadband has a speed test. Speed test unavailable. Only on well, that's fucking stupid. What a bunch of cockheads. Fast.com internet speed test. Okay, I'm going to do one more. Oh, okay. No, they all okay. They all agree. My down speed's about 50 mips, ups about 15 to 20. But that's just like incredibly consistent. You know what this wants? This wants a dash of fucking absinthe. Okay. No, I can't ruin my palate. Yeah, I've got to do the other ones. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to go straight into the next one, the improved Japanese cocktail. Is it really improved? My experience was that it was. This is brandy based. All right, all right, all right. I did bring, yeah, I brought the lemon juice. It's a sour, this one. Okay, so Vigo. Let's go. What do I need? Osha. Okay, I've got everything I need. Okie dokie. Okay, so brandy. Look, I'm going to be fancy and use a French aged extra old. Oh, wait, how was it meant to be? 50 mils. A little bit more. That'll do. Brandy. Okay. Zot. Oh, yeah. I was vigorously shaking my orgeat because it's a very natural ingredient, orgeat, so it separates if left alone. 22.5 mils. Yeah, okay. Macadamia orgeat. Lemon juice. I'm going to put this. And then we're just putting dashes of things, I think. 2 dashes of Peychaud's. The bright red bitters. And a couple of drops of saline. Saline? Who says saline? Who says saline? I tend to say both. 1, 2, 3. Okie doke. And a bit more ice for the shaking. Save that up. I feel like just using the same glass. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to rinse it with a bit of water. Okie dokie. Alright. Now, I'm going to shake our little booties right down to the ground. Painfully cold to hold. That's probably cold enough. Drinks out water. We strain the drink. It's milky looking cocktail because of the orgeat. All right. Now we come over here und wir have the improved Japanese cocktail. Dang, that's good. Oh, damn, that is really good. I think that gets a 9. All right. All right, it's going to be close. I mean, I always knew it was going to be close. All right. He's asking about cannabis-infused cocktails. I mean, Celtic, I'd consider all sorts of things. It's just got to taste good. If you mean the one that actually has the active components of cannabis, maybe. Yeah, it's cloudy. That's because the sweetener is orgeat, which is a nut-based sweetener. So it is quite milky. It's fucking good. Oof. Okay. I think at this point, that's the front runner. And sours aren't my favorite. That is just really good, though. Gosh darn, but it's a good one. I think maybe I should pace myself after this and have a non-alcoholic beverage. Don't want to get too wasted too early on party night. Let's see how long I can last. Yeah. Dot's the front runner so far. It's really rather good. Yeah, I've got one can of mineral water here. The last one, he said far too confidently, because no, I don't. I thought there was one more can in the box. I'm going to have to go out and get some. I do have another box of that. Well, that was a bit of a bloody surprise, though, that wasn't there. Fuck yeah. That's good. It's also to make me think before the end of the year, Mrs. Angry and I have 4 weekends away planned. Bit of fun rather than doing, one really big holiday. We just are having a succession of little getaways. And never driving more than about an hour away from home. Hour and a half. I don't think anywhere is more than an hour and a half from home. But we end up with really different things. Celtic got a new Quran, English and Arabic. Okay. Arabic books go from right to left. They're not the only ones. Yeah. Is this weekend daylight saving? Yes, it's the Summertime Sunday streams. Because that's just the way it is. Mrs. Angry calling her brother at a different time leaves me to my own devices. Okay. The improved Japanese cocktail is very fargon good. I might even get an audio book of the Quran at one point because I've never read or listened to the Quran, and I believe it's very poetic. I have to get a credible translation because, from what I've read, there are some very untrustworthy translations of it for people who aren't actually Muslim. No, Celtic, I did not read the Quran or the book. I'm definitely not wasting my time reading the Book of Mormon. Abigail used to have fiber to the premises, 500 MIPS, 35 a month, dedicated non-NBN, then forced to use NBN twice the price for a tenth the speed. Yeah, you did get fucked over with that change. Can't see me drinking a Japanese slipper. This vague memory that Japanese slipper may have been invented in Australia. Japanese slipper cocktail. That's right. It's a Midori cocktail. And I do think it was invented in Australia. So it's just orange liqueur, Midori, melon liqueur, and lemon juice, 30 mils each. That is a shit unbalanced cocktail. Yes, created by a Frenchman who was in Melbourne at the time. Created in 1984. It's a very fucking 80s cocktail. Jean-Paul Bourguignon at Mietta's restaurant in Melbourne. Like 30 mils orange liqueur, 30 mils melon liqueur, 30 mils lemon juice. Fuck no. Ugh. I would use half that amount of lemon juice. I would probably, you know what? I might even do this. I can make it a gin cocktail. Do 1.5 ounces of gin, then half an ounce of orange liqueur, half an ounce of melon liqueur, and half an ounce of lemon juice. And I bet it's a way fucking better drink. Yes, race appropriation. Why was it called a Japanese slipper? What Midori is actually Japanese. Midori is a Japanese liqueur. Holy shit. That would be so sweet though. 2 ounces of Midori, home for the elderly. 1 ounce triple sec. I'd cut the liqueurs. Maybe 3/4 of an ounce of the 2 liqueurs, half an ounce of lemon juice, and somewhere between an ounce and an ounce and a half of gin. Maybe a citrusy gin. Oh yeah, I've got a good yuzu gin. Trying to think if I have any melon liqueur because it's fucking ugly stuff. I don't even know if I have any melon liqueur in the cupboard for one. Celtic, off to bed, got a 2 a.m. Been up since 2 a.m. Hard working man, Celtic. Get your sleep, my friend. All right, I have to. I don't even feel drunk, but I have had 2 cocktails in the first half hour. So I'm going to go out and get some non-alcoholic beverage to see me through the night. And I think I'll have a non-alcoholic beverage. This will take but a minute, and I will be back. Got to piece myself. All right. Wunderzer. Got some pink lemonade. I'll have a later. Gonna have a mineral water. Got a new 10-pack. I think these are half price at Coles this week. Get a backup 10-pack, I think. Ugh. Okay. Because this was my backup 10-pack. Hello, Justin. How's it going? Ugh. Hooly dooly. All right. Been watching an interview with Matthew McConaughey on YouTube. The Blocks podcast with comedian Neil Brennan. He usually interviews comedians. This one's a 2-hour interview with Matthew McConaughey. And I haven't watched all of it. I've been watching it in shifts, essentially. But, you know, Matthew McConaughey is so charming. You can just watch him. Okay. So I'm going to gently drink this. Then make the third cocktail that I'm evaluating, which is the dessert cocktail, the chocolate punch. Yes. I'm feeling all right. But Matthew McConaughey he's such a good talker. And he also has that smooth voice with a little Texas accent. But, you know, it's a guy who's had an interesting life, has interesting things to talk about. Put my phone on standby. Stand by your man. I'm just thinking through things like, what am I going to do tomorrow? See, home field, this is the thing. You got to get into improvising. Man, you don't have any sweet vermouth. Okay. I think once you get into cocktails, a must-have. Okay, you do have vermouth? You're saying you don't have whiskey? Yeah, this is my personal take. Once you get into cocktails, I think you need to have sweet vermouth and dry vermouth on hand. Dry vermouth for martinis and related cocktails. Sweet vermouth for Manhattans and related cocktails. Sometimes if you're lucky, you can get half bottles because I don't use that much. Okay. No. You do not need both for a Manhattan. No. Classic Manhattan, 2 parts whiskey, 1 part sweet vermouth. There's a variation called a perfect Manhattan, and that's when you split the vermouth part 50-50 with sweet and dry vermouth. But your classic Manhattan, 2 parts whiskey, 1 part sweet vermouth, dash or two of orange bitters. Beautiful in its simplicity. But yes, to have a breadth of cocktails, I think having sweet and dry vermouth on hand is good. So 2 ounces whiskey. Yeah, that's a perfect Manhattan. That recipe you're saying there, Home for the Elderly, that's a perfect Manhattan. That's not a classic Manhattan. Classic Manhattan is 2 parts. I feel like there's a massive lag between you and me. Uh, um, yeah. So a classic Manhattan is 2 parts whiskey, not necessarily bourbon. A lot of people make Manhattans with rye, uh, but with a whiskey of your choice, 1 part sweet vermouth. Aromatic bitters, orange bitters, either is good. Both maybe. One dash aromatic, one dash orange bitters. So yes. Yeah, and of course the martini is dry vermouth, gin and dry vermouth. Like, and of course everyone has their own preference of ratio. Some people will do a wet martini, 2 parts gin to 1 part vermouth. I tend to do 5 parts gin to 1 part vermouth. So I'll do 2.5 ounces of gin and half an ounce vermouth. I know Kirsten does about 7 parts gin to uh, 1 part vermouth or more. She'll like 2.5 ounces of gin and maybe just 1/4 ounce of dry vermouth. These are all valid choices. So she said, "Why are you asking me what vermouth is what?" Um, yeah, no, sorry. I did see you send me a Discord message, Home for the Elderly, but I don't know what you're talking about. It just says, "What vermouth is this? Please," which is again, I appreciate the please and thank you, but I don't see what vermouth you're talking about. Did you post a picture? Because a picture didn't come up. I mean, your vermouth bottle should plainly say whether it's sweet, dry, or possibly medium. Some people do make a vermouth that is basically straight in the middle of a sweet and a dry. Blanco vermouth is, if you've got a bottle that says Blanco, that is almost certainly kind of halfway between sweet and dry. Oh, I see the picture now. Ambrosia vermouth. Does it not say on the bottle anywhere if it's sweet or dry? Because it couldn't tell if it was a vehicle or the wind going past then. Ambrosia vermouth. No, I think it's the wind. Ambrosia vermouth is a sweet Italian vermouth. Castello di Poggio, it's Poggers. Oh. Yes, yours is a sweet vermouth. Okay, is that really the wind? It keeps coming in waves. It's so fucking weird. Okay, so I got the pick. It's definitely a sweet vermouth that you have there. And in fact, in the old classical sense, if you ever see old recipes that say French vermouth, this is a people won't do it these days, but in really um, old recipes, they refer to French vermouth, they mean dry vermouth. And if they refer to Italian vermouth, they mean sweet vermouth. But you get both sweet and dry vermouths made in France, and you get both sweet and dry vermouths made in Italy. But yeah, a little bit true. If we call them poggers, well, isn't that what that one's called? Looks like Castello de Poggers. It's your vermouth is poggers. Mm. Said the old man who doesn't know what poggers is. I do my Abe Simpson. I used to be with it, but then what was it changed to be weird and scary to me. It happened to me, it'll happen to you. Yes, Mrs. Angry's Lad is over. As a rule, if I'm streaming, Mrs. Angry's Lad is here. He's possibly talking to his friends on the internet, making a lot of noise, so I can't watch TV, which is why I do live streams, because I can't watch TV. Mm. Actually, we need to get a new video game for Mrs. Angry. She's finished Diablo 2, the remastered version. So, anyone has any suggestions? She likes open world games, like really liked the Zelda games. Actually, I should point out to her we might have a Zelda game she hasn't played. We might have Skyward Sword, and I don't think she's played it. I'm going to have to look. I could get big headphones, but it's just become a thing that I let Mrs. Angry and her lad have together times. And I do a live stream. Dr. Abigail, Art Studio Open Day. They had Zombify a Bear workshop. No winners or losers, but you totes won. Yes, Zombie Bear, I'd love to see it. Noog's Gamer, yeah. Our man Noog usually pops his head in at some point. We might get lucky. Oh no, Safa. Borderlands 4 is not an open world game. I'll play Borderlands 4. I have a soft spot for Borderlands game. Although I believe I've said this before, but I finished Borderlands 3. Like I got a bundle pack on Humble Bundle. It's really cheap. It included the add-on Tiny Tina's Wonderland, their D&D version. I started to get fucking motion sick playing that. That happens to me sometimes with first-person shooters. Not all of them, just sometimes. I start to get motion sick because my brain goes, oh, you're moving, but I can't feel the movement. And I can't play it. That happened to me trying to play Tiny Tina's Wonderland. It's not the only time it's happened to me. Ooh, okay. Dr. Abigail's Zombie Bear. I have to share these, although they are on the Discord for anyone who wants to check. Let me make that a bit bigger. There we go. Nice eye hanging out. Oh, it's like a little unicorn. Nice. With Jake the Drake. And this one, Jake's got his back to the zombie. Rejecting the zombie, maybe. And from the other angle. The dangling eye is very good. That is a winning move. The dangling eye. Is Outer Worlds open world? I don't know. Oh god, maybe I should get a No Man's Sky. She might like that. So if you're having buffering things, I think it's been a bit sort of on and off, actually. No? What are we doing? Okay. So's been playing Outer Worlds and loves it. Okay. Yeah, that was a zombie Labubu for the elderly. Okay, so everyone's getting buffering. So I don't know if that's me or what. Oh, well, I hope you can all struggle on. Okay, it's probably a problem at my end. So for Pat may well be on a job. He might show up. You know, Pat. I don't think. Yes, the crocheted optic nerve is a very nice touch, Dr. Abigail. Yeah, I know you've been having quite a problem with buffering. My apologies. I feel like the problem's probably at my end. I don't know though. It's okay. That is definitely wind. I'm periodically getting these wind surges that are quite loud that kind of sound like a truck going past. It's very weird. Yes, I literally did start in dial up. I started on YouTube the first time I got broadband. I'd been doing my blog for a while on dial up, and people said, like, oh, you should do a podcast. And honestly, I kind of fucking wish I did do a podcast back in the day, in the very early days of podcasting. That, might have been a thing. But I went, no, I'm going to go straight from, I'm not going to go text to audio, I'm going text to video. It isn't pouring down. I don't know that it's even raining. It's just very windy. I'm not cancelled. I know a lot of people have wanted to cancel me. This whole thing, like we're seeing this writ large in the US at the moment. Right wingers are liars, hypocrites, cowards, pieces of shit. They have always tried to shut down free speech. As like their version of free speech is they should be able to say any slur or hate speech they want and not suffer any repercussions. Uh, but then they freak the fuck out and incredibly aggressively try to get someone shut down who just says things they don't like. Like you're not saying anything bigoted. You're not saying anything hateful. You're just going, "Hey, that person's full of shit, aren't they?" And like the ridiculousness with Jimmy Kimmel was like, "Oh, because he's so disrespectful to Charlie Kirk." He didn't fucking say anything about Charlie Kirk. He pointed out Trump is not like a normal human. So I'm looking at the bomb app. What's the radar saying? Yes, I'm getting severe weather warnings. Damaging winds. Gippsland. Well, that's not me. Marine wind warning. West Coast and Central Coast. Oh, I've got strong wind warnings, Port Phillip. Yep. So I've got strong wind warnings. And what's the radar saying? Oh, holy shit, there is a band of rain that stretches from South Australia to fucking Tasmania and is meant to be passing overhead in the next hour. Yeah, it's meant. Okay, there is this freakishly long but narrow band of rain, and I'm not joking, stretches from South Australia to south of Tasmania, and is meant to pass right over me in the next half hour to hour. So maybe you'll hear a storm. Certainly getting wind at the moment. Am I missing in the chat? Oh, yeah. Charlie Kirk was a fucking vile, stinking piece of shit. Yes, the Reichstag fire was basically faked by the Nazis. It is absolutely freakish the degree to which the degree to which what's happening in the US mirrors the rise of the Nazi Party in Germany. Like, it sounds like hyperbole, but there are one-to-one comparisons. We're like the US is like early 1930s Germany at the moment. It's incredibly disturbing. But this is the fucking world we live in. The speed at which the American empire appears to be collapsing is enough to give one pause for thought, is the most polite thing I can say about it. Whether like over Marlow, I don't really know what Marlow is. Is that anywhere near Gippsland? Because they're having gale force winds if it's near Gippsland. There is actually, like around Bairnsdale and like the coast, there is some quite severe rain activity, like between Benalla and Bairnsdale. Oh, home for the elderly. That's the thing. The acceleration of the collapse of the American empire is truly unsettling to watch. Yeah, of course, the sad fact is America going Mad Max mode. High probability of dragging us down with it. It is incredibly disturbing to see it happening. Just because we Justin C Discord. Yes, no, I saw you post. Yeah, Charlie Kirk things. I've seen a million examples of Charlie Kirk. He was a hateful bigot. He said gross, disgusting, hateful things about black people, Muslims, queer people, trans people, women, everything. He basically just said gross, disgusting, hateful things about everyone. And anyone eulogizing him, saying he did politics the right way, is somewhere between an utter fuckwit and a deliberately lying evil monster. You could do a quadrant thing, like, really fucking stupid, actively evil monster who's deliberately lying. And some of the evil fucking monsters who are deliberately lying aren't particularly stupid. They know they're lying. And some of the really stupid people don't know they're lying. Some of the really stupid people are consciously lying. It's a whole fucking thing. Would we get dragged down with it? I think the entire globe would get dragged down with the collapse of the United States. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Justin. He just said shit things about George Floyd. Mind you, his supporters would still say shit things about George Floyd and say they're still in the right because George Floyd was bad, but Charlie was awesome. He wasn't. He was a fucking piece of shit. And all his supporters are pieces of shit. Like I said, somewhere between outright liars and absolute fucking moron who don't even know they're saying stuff that's the opposite of reality. It's just, oof. And just seeing the American politicians and media hacks repeatedly saying the exact opposite of the truth, like they literally could not provide one piece of evidence to back what they're saying. All evidence is the exact opposite of what they're saying. It's like fucking Jesus Christ. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Anyway, I'm going to have the last of the cocktails for the night, and then I can just sit and actually, I think I will remake a dry version of the Merry Widow, but that one will be tipping me over into severe Tim Smithedness. So while still relatively sober, let's make the desserty one. Okay. Let's fucking go. Oh, man, so far the improved Japanese cocktail's the front runner. Oh, yum. Okay. All right. I did not bring my phone over. I need the phone because it's got the recipe on it. Recipe. No, I made the Merry Widow. I want to do a muted version of it. The Nuclear Merry Widow. Call it the Nuclear Widow. That's a fun name for a cocktail, isn't it? The Nuclear Widow. Chocolate punch. Okay, brandy again. You know what? I'm going to cheat and do my really tasty Christmas brandy. Oh, yes. Okay, what do we do? 30 mils of that. Actually, you know what I need to do? It's supposed to have cream, but I make it with my eggnog. Because why the fuck not? Get everything else to wash the eggnog out of the jigger. All right. So, shite. The eggnog. Ugh, fuck. Life's so hard. Now, the brandy. 1 ounce of the brandy. Oh man, I was about to do something stupid then. Port. Where is the port? All right. Port. This is El Cheapo port too, but it's tasty. And I've also aged it for a while in my barrel as well, so it's got some fun flavors in it. 3/4 ounce of port. Brown creme de cacao. How now, brown creme de cacao? See what I did there? Fucking screw top lid, sugar in the thread. Okie dokie. Okay, chocolat. And just a little bit, 5 mils of sugar syrup. All Dunzo. Take this along. I'll do this in another glass. So ist meine Coupe. Der ist meine Coupe. Ooh, that looks like chocolate milkshake. Okie dokie. Chocolate punch. Let's sit down with my grown-up chocolate milk. Okie doke. Oh, fuck yeah. Yes, Home for the Elderly. That is the default recipe for the Merry Widow. And that was good. That was the first one I made tonight. I'm going to make another version that's more gin and less dry vermouth. Stream stop buffering. Yay! A few seconds and 20. Oh, God, that's shit. Okay. So, yes, that's the Merry Widow, which is really fucking... Grant is going to start using AI. Again, just whenever some company that was going on perfectly well says they're going to use AI, is going like, you people are fucking morons and probably lying. God, that is good. Ooh. Just so far as dessert cocktails go, that's a good one. So, giving that a 9 out of 10. Oh, it's gonna be difficult to decide which ones I do, because they're all really good. It's probably going to be really arbitrary which ones I choose because they're so close. Justin, how would a dating app, any hookup app use AI? They would probably say they're using it, going like, okay, the most successful matches have been like this, but that's what those apps have already been doing, finding things that you like to. It's like fucking Spotify said, oh, we're going to start using AI. There'll be AI playlists. It's like, motherfucker, you'd already been creating playlists based on what people had already been listening to. It's absolute fucking horseshit. The AI thing is a bubble that's going to disappear. Oh, yes. Home for the Elderly. The default recipe for the chocolate punch says to use cream. I replaced it with eggnog. It's fucking yummy. It's grown up chocolate milk. It's really good. Yes. Rum, old fashioned, suitable for drink like a pirate day. Even if pirates didn't really drink rum. Because I think the whole thing of pirates and rum is not historically accurate. Yeah, and that's the thing. Home for the Elderly, all of these services, programs, what had already been using algorithms and machine learning to determine most suitable whatnot, and then they've just gone and arbitrarily said we're using AI, and it's like, oh, fuck off, fuck right off. My favorite, I guess I'd call it a conspiracy theory about how fucking evil and fucked these AI companies, Anthropic just lost a court case. They got to pay like $1.5 billion to various publishers for illegally using their works to train the model on. The conspiracy is Anthropic are okay with the fine of this size because they actually have enough money to pay it, but no startup would have the money. Like if it's an established thing, like, no, if you're using published works to train your model, you have to pay this much. And startups wouldn't be able to pay it. So it's monopolistic behavior on the part of Anthropic to pay this $1.5 billion fine. So I don't actually believe that, but that's a conspiracy that's going around. So Justin, Grindr AI can be used to give you tips, reading articles saying give tips on fisting for the first time. Well, there you go. We all need tips for that sort of thing. What do we call a pirate mutiny? A conspiracy. But why is that a pirate mutiny? That's Eddie mutiny on a ship. Sorry, I'm spoiling the dad joke. That's really fucking good. I don't make that many dessert cocktails, but the chocolate punch is really good. God, 2 of the top 10 have port in them, which is a bit of a surprise to me. All right. Will I now risk on getting myself... Yeah, I've got to do the nuclear widow. The lag is back. That sucks. All right. I can do this. I need to rinse on. Just use these shakers. Just use this. My cocktail set. Eye to eye. How do pirates prefer to communicate? Eye to eye. All right. I am going to now improvise a cocktail that I'll call the Nuclear Widow. It's got to have a couple of dashes of absinthe too. Okay, so back to the dry gin. Wait, what's that? No, that's a... Wait, no, the dry gin's still out here. Okay, so dry gin. Shazam, y'all. Okay. Navy strength gin. Do 15 mils of Navy strength gin. Right. Then just quarter of an ounce of dry vermouth. God, that wind is just going nuts out there. Was it 10 mils of Benedictine? No, what are we doing? All right, might do slightly less. Benedictine. Now, 2 dashes of absinthe. Was it? 2 dashes of... No, 1 dash of Peychaud's. Now, let's get some ice. Drop some ice on the floor for me to slip on later. Probably. Oh no, it's. Get a bit more residue out of here. Yeah, that'll clean it. Right. I'm gonna have to have a pee break soon. Oh, there we fucking go. Ah, that's good. I do have to have a pee break. Damn it. Oh, goddamn, that's a relief. Okay. So, how do I rate the nuclear widow? Ah. What's the pirate least favorite letter? Dear Sarah, madam, your IP address has been flagged for illegally downloading movies. We have to suspend your account pending further investigation. Hey, Heine, how are you doing? Why does it take pirates so long to learn the alphabet? Because they spend so long at sea. Oh, there are some invented drinks in the top 10. The quadrant was invented. That's an original creation. All right, so of the top 10. So, second serve, I found Malteser Falcon, the clarified one that's in the top 10. That's original. I was trying to recreate something I had at Four Pillars, but I didn't have a recipe. So I've made my own thing. So Malteser Falcon is an original. The Portside Spice is very heavily modified from the one I found. So I think it basically qualifies as original. Ply and Pin's not original. The Quadrant is original. Improved Japanese Cocktail is not original. Mary Widow's not original. Chocolate Punch is an original. Damn it, Jimmy is not. So there are actually... Oh, God, sorry. Did Justin not realize that was a joke? Use a VPN to get around that. So, Home Theology, there are actually 2.5 originals in the top 10. Depending how you define it. 2 or 3. Oof. That's good. Needs to be colder. I fucking love ice cold martinis. And yeah, this one needs to be even a little bit colder than it is now. I might look, honestly, depending what state I'm in tomorrow, I might make this again with more ice and make it colder. Oh my god, Strictly Sega is even doing the dad jokes on Discord. A guy was arrested for downloading a poorly rated movie. It only had a rating of 3.14 on IMDb. But then again, it's illegal to download a pie rated movie. Oh my god. Did that get censored by YouTube? Because you're talking about pirated downloads or something. Jesus Christ. YouTube's so fucking weird. Harry, good morning to you, sir. Working again? Oh, thank you for dropping by to say hi. Always good to hear from you. And if you're heading off for a day of work, I hope the day treats you well. That's fucking good. Honestly, if I get around to making this again with more ice, I may declare it to be in the top 3. Okay. What OMGing, Dr. Abigail? Was it the pie joke? Oh no, I don't have to write that down. That was the Merry Widow. Wind at the MCG, I'm not surprised. I would imagine Dr. Abigail would be getting buffeted by wind being higher up. God damn it, that is good though. Holy shit. If I tweak that a little bit, that might be the one. Which again, another original. I've modified that enough to call it an original. The Nuclear Widow. Unless someone else can come up with a better name. So it's like nuclear versions of drinks are ones where you use really high proof spirits. So the Merry Widow is equal parts gin and dry vermouth. I've dropped the vermouth right down, upped the gin and added some Navy strength gin. And I've doubled the amount of absinthe that's in there. So this actually, even though it's only 2 dashes, wonderful absinthe flavor in this, licorice flavor. Oh God. But we lived through that with the VHS stuff, Home for the Elderly. Illegally downloading pirated films is costing hundreds of millions of pounds a year. No, it's not. It's the vast majority of, pirated downloads is things people were never going to buy anyway. I mean, yeah, I think they do lose some money because of it. And also, I'm not really keen on people who make money from pirating. But there's a whole thing. They were doing that with music. Home taping is killing music. That was an 80s thing. And it's not. People were doing mixtapes and tapes and sharing them, and music was reaching a wider audience. It's yeah, media companies are a bunch of fuckheads. They really are. It used to enrage me that legally purchased or rented media would have these aggressive anti-piracy messages. And it's like, dude, fuck you. I fucking paid for this. But Australian discs eventually had a good one, whereas a bunch of actors and crew saying thank you, and that would be put on legal media, like thank you for purchasing legal media. You're making all these jobs. Okay, thank you for the support, Home for the Elderly. Nuclear Widow describes it perfectly. I was just throwing it out there. I'm always open to suggestions. I legit think, though, I feel like the only thing this was missing is I wanted to be colder. I just used my last bit of ice. I feel like if I freeze the glass, and I might do this tomorrow night, freeze the glass and make it with like twice as much ice as I made tonight, like really stir it, just get it to sub-zero temp. And I might instantly go, this is the one. Don't copy that floppy. Oh, God. There were so many, and they were so stupid. And just like I said, it used to really fucking enrage me that legally paid for media would have these messages shaming you. And it's like, fuck off. I paid for this. Stop trying to fucking shame me when I paid for it, you fucking idiots. And it's like, oh, yeah, we put it on here because then if someone pirates it, this will be on the No, it won't. The pirates will cut out the fucking piracy warning. Fuck's sake. Honestly. So insulting. How many times have I said so far, media companies are a bunch of shitheads? Because they fucking are. They treat the public like shit. They treat all the creatives like shit, from the writers to the crew to the director to the actors to the musicians to the singers to the songwriter. They treat them all like shit and do everything in their power to rip those people. Like, they do everything in their power to rip literally everyone off. They are fucking cocaine-fueled scumbags. Really, really, really don't like them. Oh yeah, that was the Safa. That was the funniest thing. The music that was used in one of the most widely used anti-piracy ads, they didn't pay the licensing for it. So they pirated the music they used in their anti-piracy message. But again, that is typical of media companies. They're fucking scumbags. They are fucking scumbags. Oh. God damn, as I do this Nuclear Widow, I am more and more thinking it might be the number one. Wait, I feel like there's someone just outside the door.
It's just me, I'm just sweeping.
You're sweeping? Okay. I was right. Mrs. Angry was just outside the door, but she wasn't after me. She was sweeping the hallway. So, yeah. Oh my God. Okay, so the Nuclear Widow is catching up with me. That's a strong fucking drink. Okay, definitely time for another non-alcoholic beverage. And I think maybe I'm not going to mix up any more cocktails. I'll just make stuff in my glass from now on, or do one of my batch cocktails. So for media companies, the thing is, the media companies are owned by even bigger companies. Like it's like there's only 4 companies in the fucking world at the moment. Oh, Heine. Okay. So you know what happens in the hallway there is, like, because I don't know, swirls of air, we get these like dust bunnies. It's like hair, and I think it's like cat hair from our cat. Possibly also my long hair. I'm thinking of cutting my hair for summer, actually. Tarot Destroyer. Your boyfriend's testicles were bitten off by a camel recently. Should you marry him when he wakes up from his coma, or marry his identical twin brother whose testicles in pretty good shape? Well, you don't love the twin brother, Tarot Destroyer. You stay with your boyfriend, but you fuck the twin brother, so then your child would be the same genetics as if your boyfriend fathered them. So that's my solution. Marry your boyfriend, but fuck his twin. Maybe together. I'm not saying I watch porn that has stuff like that in it, but yeah. So, Dr. Abigail, your memory is the anti-piracy people bought a license for the music, but not the correct license for international distribution. Yeah. Tarot Destroyer. Okay, you're just going to keep coming up with these things. 7 years ago, your parents were eaten by pygmy cannibals. You've never forgotten it. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say not forgetting that your parents were eaten. That's not a particularly big accomplishment. I'm just throwing it out there. Oh, Safa, you're cutting your hair for summer too? Yes, it's cheating if it's a twin, Safa. What the hell? Oh my God. Okay, I don't know. I'm just going to read these things out from Tarot Destroyer though. Tarot card reader told your cousin to love himself, and now he's banned from Burger King for life. I don't know how many of these you've got, but keep them coming. I'm thinking not like the old Angry Aussie short. And I'll probably wait till about November to get it done. I'll sound out Mrs. Angry and see what she thinks. But I'm going to go into my regular barber and say I've decided to get my hair short, not clipper short, like scissor short. And I want a fringe. Because currently, my fringe, like if I brushed it down, it comes down to about here. I want it to come to about here. I brush it back because I can't, it'll be in my fucking face if I do it there. It's another one from Tarot Destroyer. Farmer looks at his wife's saggy boobs, says it was discussed. If those things worked, I wouldn't need a cow. So she looked at his scrotch and said, if that thing worked, I wouldn't need your brother. Okay. There are characters in Australian entertainment history, Dad and Dave, simple country folk with whatnot. And where I grew up, because I grew up in the country, we had Dad and Dave jokes, which were pretty crass. And there were a few of them that were pretty crass. There was one, Dad and Dave and Dave's wife Mabel had been out gold prospecting, and they're going home in their horse and cart, and bush rangers hold them up and say, like, give us all your gold. And like, oh, and Mabel, Dave's wife, says, oh, distract them for a second and I'll hide the gold up my vag. So she puts the gold they've found up her vag, and they all go, we've got no gold, search us. And the bushrangers search them and they don't find any gold, and they're really pissed off. So they say, well, fuck you, we're just taking your horse and cart. And they take the horse and cart, they're gone, and Dad's all upset. And Mabel says, oh, don't be so upset, Dad. I've saved the gold. I stuffed it up my vag. And Dad's going, well, I'm still pissed off. And Dave says, why are you still pissed off, Dad? And he goes, because if we saved the way your wife saved the gold, if your mother was here, we could have saved the horse and cart as well. Angry doing bad taste jokes. Politically incorrect. Who? Me? That does not even approach the worst jokes we used to tell when I was in high school. Over 30. A man's at his house when he hears a loud knock on the door, looks out the window, sees a police officer. So he opens up and says, hello, officer, what can I do for you? The officer says, I'm sorry, sir, you're under arrest for illegally downloading all of Wikipedia. Frantically, the man says, Officer, wait, I can explain everything. I was about to say, where's the next piece of the joke? No, Safa, bushrangers are not the same as cowboys. Cowboys were not by definition criminals. Bushrangers, by definition, were criminals. They are the same as highwaymen in England. Okay, it's pink lemonade time. Is that a redneck country? Does the Pope shit in the woods? Are bears Catholic? What I'm saying is the answer is yes. Feminism disapproves of my joke. Basic human decency disapproves of that joke, quite honestly. I was just trying to highlight how bad the jokes we used to tell when I was at school. And I'm not joking, that one is nowhere near the worst. It was the whole thing was to say the most disgusting, unacceptable thing, basically. That was a life for young Gen X in the 70s and 80s. No. Cowboys aren't bad. It's in Western movies. Cowboys are both good and bad. Cowboys are not by definition criminals. Bushrangers are by definition criminals. Cowboys was just, and basically they're fiction as well, by the by. But Cowboys was just the dudes in the West. Yes, Dr. Abel, totally depends on what color hat they're wearing. Good guys wear white, bad guys wear black. This makes me want to rewatch Westworld, actually, with the white hat and the black hat of the tourists in Westworld. Mind you, there was an actual gang that Wyatt Earp and his brothers had conflict with, and they were just called the Cowboys. Cowboys, Safa, you're overthinking it. Cowboys is just a generic term for the guys in the West. And yes, our version of our popular culture version of what cowboys are is largely fiction. It's a whole thing. Batman is in all black and he's the goodest. Harry, is he? Is he? He decides the answer to society's problems is violence. I'm not sure that he is the goodest. Just, oh my God. Okay. Weird night I had last night. So if I suddenly crash, it's because I didn't get that much sleep last night. I woke up at 5 a.m. My hip was hurting because I'm fucking old. And I thought, okay, I've been asleep for 7 hours. I'm not going to be able to go back to sleep, both because I've had a decent amount of sleep and my hip fucking hurts. And slightly counterintuitively, lying down doesn't stop my hip from hurting. Getting up, walking around and sitting makes my hip feel better. So I got up and I kind of flicked on Foxtel, and Morbius had just started. So I actually took it back to the start because I've never watched Morbius, like, notorious financial disaster Morbius. And so I watched it. It wasn't good. It's not good. It's not a good movie, but it's not all that bad either. Um, but yeah, it's Morbin time. Now I want to watch the other ones that were colossal failures, like Madam Web. There was a couple of them. There's been a couple in the last 3-4 years. Big budget studio movies, and they're kind of like comic book movies, and they were colossal failures. Who can nominate another one? There was Madam Web. Everyone said was a colossal failure. Morbius was one. I don't know. Musk was real world Batman. Musk isn't even a good Batman villain. He's fucked. Oh, OG Batman murdering crims. It depends which version of Batman, because some Batmans do, I think, kill bad guys, but a lot of versions of Batman refuse to kill the bad guys. Safi, you saw Morbius on Channel 7. What did you think? Was it terrible or just not good? My personal take is it wasn't terrible, it just wasn't good. And bits of it were very stupid. And the supposed big reveal with Matt Smith's character was super fucking obvious. Like, I knew it straight away. But yeah, there's just been a couple of really high profile failures in the last 5 years. And I have kind of this morbid curiosity where I want to watch them and see if I hate them. I feel like you took your finger out, you can immediately see. What did I miss? I feel like I missed one of your comments. Home fidelity. Because I took my finger out, could see she was going down on me. He said, I think I really need to save up and buy a new boat. Yeah, that's basically what I think, Safa. 6 out of 10. Home fidelity, you didn't hate Madam Web as much as everyone else. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I thought Wakanda Forever was there. Dr. Abigail, no. You are, I know, look, personal experience is subjective. Everyone's experience of art and entertainment is subjective and individual, but you're objectively wrong. Rogue One is by far the best Star Wars movie ever, and the prequels are fucking shit. So Rogue One doesn't fit in even slightly, but jokes aside, Rogue One doesn't fit in even slightly to what I'm talking about. I'm talking about relatively big budget studio films that absolutely fucking tanked at the box office. And two that immediately spring to mind are Madam Web and Morbius. How badly did Wakanda Forever do? Like, I thought it was okay, but I fucking loved Black Panther. Wakanda Forever was quite a letdown in comparison. Fury Road, what a shit show. But that just means you don't like documentaries, Dr. Abigail. Because Fury Road is a near future documentary that fell through a wormhole and landed in our cinemas. Furiosa, mind you. I need to rewatch Furiosa. Because I didn't love it like I loved Fury Road, but I don't know that it was bad. Mind you, there was the one character who was like the Max surrogate, and the acting was fucking shit. And just his line delivery, I'm watching this going, what the fuck is this meant to be? What is happening? What is happening here? This is ridiculous. But now they made the Mad Max open world game canon because there is there are several references in Furiosa to the open world Mad Max game that makes it canon. So I think they should make another movie that's basically the Mad Max open world game. Yeah, that's Dr. Abigail. That's kind of what I think, and I need to rewatch Furiosa. I kind of think a lot of it was good, but the Max standing guy, like, what the fuck is going on? So for it's not spoiler talk, it's a 5-year-old movie. If you haven't watched it, that's your fault. Oh yeah, Phantom Menace was absolutely the worst of the prequels. It was ridiculous. It was stupid as fuck. And also even just the name of it it's such a meaningless name. It's stupid. The one thing I do genuinely like about the prequels is the battle scenes, both space battles and land battles. I think the battles in the prequels are really good. I think I was about to say I don't know if there's anyone more in desperate need of an editor than George Lucas, but there is the person, the filmmaker who gets away with terrible shit, who is in desperate need of an editor, is Zack Snyder. For fuck's sake. I think the ones that people talk about being letdowns, they were comic book ones. Venom Last Dance was okay. Shang-Chi, Marvel keeps failing. Like The Eternals was a really big failure. Furiosa is not new, dude. It's fucking years old. If you haven't fucking watched Furiosa, that's your fucking fault. Doctor Strange 2 was a letdown, definitely. Oh god, Brave New World. Captain America Brave New World was ridiculously bad. Marvel have just been spewing out shit movies. Oh god. Okay, I've had enough cocktails to forget the name, the new Avengers. What was it? Oh my god, I can't remember the name of that movie. Fidelity, you were 110 seconds behind. That's a lot. I was gonna call the Marvel movie Hot Shots. It's not Hot Shots. That's the fucking Charlie Sheen spoof movie from 20 years ago. Dr. Bale, yes, I do. I did ask you about the Acolyte. But yeah, I think getting locked in the Safa Furiosa wasn't fucking last year. It was years ago. Thunderbolts, thank you, Home for the Elderly. My brain had just refused. Thunderbolts was entertaining. That's probably the best Marvel movie for years. I did see a fun video on YouTube recently, Jason Pargan talking about the number of really popular movies where there's this weird thing that they all have in common, that the world is frozen in time in a way that does not make sense. And he highlighted Harry Potter, Star Wars, Star Trek. It's weird. It's like all these worlds that span either centuries or in some cases millennia, but the technology doesn't change in that period. And it's like, yeah, good fucking call. That is an extremely common trope in fantasy and science fiction media. Worlds where they're in time suspension, nothing changes. I think the most extreme and the most nonsensical is Dune, because like they put out that prequel series on streaming, which is 10,000 years, before the events of June. And it's like, come the fuck on. That is just so stupid and makes no sense whatsoever. It's like in Star Wars, the Jedi were doing their thing for 1,000 years. That makes no sense whatsoever. And but it's such a common trope in fiction, particularly fantasy and science fiction, worlds that don't change for centuries or even millennia. And like I said, or the most extreme version, Dune, where things don't significantly change in 10,000 years. It's like, what? Why do people keep creating fictions like this? And why do we, as consumers of fiction, keep swallowing this when it's obviously fundamentally wrong? Yeah, Safa, the Old Republic, 4,000 years before the movie, that makes no sense. Yeah, but it's such a common trope in fiction, notably sci-fi and fantasy, worlds that don't change. But we know from reality, worlds change radically in decades. Safa, broadly, a generation is 20 years. When people say a generation, broadly, that kind of means 20 years. But it is also a kind of sort of meaningless term. But yeah, it was really funny, like watching this video. As soon as he says it, I was like, wow, yeah, dude, you called it. That is so common in fiction. Worlds that don't change, but our real world changes radically. No, Safa, that doesn't count. Westerns are all set in about a 50-year period. No, Abigail, I didn't gloss over your comment. Um, I think getting immersed in deep lore is a form of self-hatred, quite honestly, because again, the deep lore intrinsically doesn't make any sense, and all I see online is people who are unable to enjoy entertainments because they feel like it conflicts with their knowledge of the law. So I feel like things about the deep law is just people hurting themselves, quite honestly. So, to each their own. If someone wants to do a particular thing, then do it. So I think it's kind of fun that with the modern Star Wars stuff, they've just decided to go with the shit technology from 70s Star Wars movies. They're just gone, fuck it, yeah. Everyone is just going to have technology that looks shit compared to our technology. And they're doing it in Star Trek to a degree as well. I think it's kind of fun. Hey, Chog, how are you doing, by the way? Dr. Abigail, enjoying deep lore as a form of German stone. Yeah. But look, you do you is all I'm saying. Yeah, it is a little while since we've seen you, Chog. I hope you've been well. I just I don't think you're particularly susceptible to this, Dr. Abigail, but online I see people, and this crosses all fandoms, people who seem to be hurting themselves because of their obsession with deep lore. It's very weird. Chog, you're catching up on discussion. Oh, you know us, mate. We talk about anything and everything and just go all over the park. Uh, all right. Sorry, you've also caught up on me being super responsible there, Chog, having my second non-alcoholic beverage for the night, 2 hours into the stream. Also, I've had 4 cocktails in 2 hours. The last one was particularly strong. So I probably need to pace myself. But I do kind of, I've had my glass here that I've put nothing in. And the ice just keeps melting. Ooh, Home for the Elderly. Have you cracked open the rum old fashioned yet? Because I feel like pouring myself. I've got, God, I made so much of that rum old fashioned. I'm going to pour myself a serve of the barrel aged rum old fashioned. Actually, also, I'm just going to get up and look at my barrels. Am I meant to be testing anything at the moment? I don't think I want to try the whiskey until October 16. Oh god, I topped that up with fucking twofold, didn't I? Okay. Sherry, port. What's in this one? The label's fallen off. Oh, this is a brandy old fashioned, isn't it? The fucking label fell off though. When did I make that? A week ago? Wait, there's a label down here. That's not the label. Did I just do that last week? So I've got port and sherry. I think I want to try this whiskey another 2 weeks because it was a weird colour. And so I put it in the barrel that had been aging sherry. And I put sherry in the new barrel. I should try a bit. I think that was a brandy old fashioned that I made in there a week or 2 ago. And I don't remember how long ago. Sure, on one hand, you've become quite clinical in your consumption of media. The truth is, Hollywood's been seriously hijacked by corporate. Oh yeah, no, there's just corporate greed in Hollywood these days, or it's always just been corporate greed in Hollywood. Let me have a serve of my barrel aged brandy, old fashioned. Give this a little taste. Put the bung back in the bung hole. And we'll come back over here. Oof. Ah, Pat, how are you, mate? How's it going? Ooh, that's a nice big bitter orange peel. Should be some of that in there. Harry, weird time. Saw a sequel for yes, they were going to make another Anaconda movie with Jack Black. It's like Jack Black and what's his name who doesn't seem to age, who was Ant-Man and Paul Rudd. Thanks. I knew it was Paul someone. I've had enough cocktails that I can't remember things like that. Talking, there are aspects of modern Star Wars you don't mind. Some ways They're built in the magic. Otherwise, the mystique is eroded a little with all the spin-offs. Yeah, no, it's all about feelings as far as I'm concerned. I'm not going to criticize anyone who has feelings, even if my feelings conflict with their feelings. That's fine. Like, I've got like 5 cherries left in here. Tonight's going to be long. I think I should have 3 cherries tonight. Also, I see that one. That's just a little one. I have 3 cherries tonight and 2 tomorrow night. Then I'll empty this jar. Good feelings, old Star Wars inspires you to be a Jedi as a kid. Yeah, I mean, I was literally a kid when the original Star Wars came out, and it was completely new, completely unprecedented, and I was completely absorbed in it. Safi, you hit the car too. Okay, my microphone is clearly quite sensitive. Stirring up my brandy old fashioned. Want to chill it? Do you want to do another bit of maybe another little bit of orange peel? I'll save some for tomorrow. That might have been a mistake, but who the fuck cares? Not me. Hopefully, there are a ton of great movies coming out. Aren't creatively bankrupt. People just didn't go see. Well, the one that did do well at the box office, which was the big surprise, was Sinners. And I won't do any spoilers, but if you haven't seen Sinners, you should watch it. It's a good movie. Original IP, Ryan Coogler, really good filmmaker. He made Black Panther and he made the Creed movies, so he's good at interpreting other people's IP, but he created something completely original with Sinners that's really good. Oh, Charlie, you've tried the rum old fashioned? I fucking love the rum old fashioned. Chog, prequels got a lot of hatred at the time. They did okay. Comic relief for Jar Jar. Didn't go that. Yeah, Jar Jar was a great. Also, I thought the comic relief of the battle droids was very weird. Don't tell me. Okay, you say it hurts if I say the prequels are shit, but you say stuff I like is shit. So that's not entirely fair that you try to tie emotions to me thinking the prequels are shit because you say stuff I like is shit. But I will always preface stuff with experience of art and Rogue One, the sequel Star Wars movies, the sequel trilogy, Doctor Who. You've said for all of those. I need to deplore the midichlorians. I don't know anyone who thinks midichlorians were a good idea. I know you were joking about Rogue One, but you're not joking when you say it about Doctor Who or about the sequel trilogy. Joke, some aspects of the prequels are pretty shit. Yeah, real sauce. Look, lots of people like them for lots of good reasons. Like I said, I really like the battle sequences in the prequels. I think they're really well done. I think the dialogue and the plotting is fucking oof. And I do watch those movies and go, has George Lucas ever talked to a girl? I suppose, Pat, you want to come on? It is post 10 o'clock. That's when I normally do the thing for anyone who wants to join. Chucky says Star Wars wasn't seen as a great film, but you didn't mind it. Like the fight between Kenobi and Fett. Like I said, most of the fight stuff in the prequels I really liked. Oh. Okay. My batched brandy old fashioned is really nice. I quite like, and will probably benefit from another week in the barrel. Just saying. Actually, out. And Pat wants to say hello. Wait, why is StreamYard doing this to me? I just tried to add Pat and it didn't work. What? Oh no, I know why it's. Oh, StreamYard's been. Here we go. There we go.
Oh, hello.
We're all going. What are we doing? There we go.
Take this out now.
Yeah. Chog, what's new in my land? Dude, well, life continues. This week streams, I'm trying cocktails that I made over the course of the year that I said could be the best cocktails of the year. So I've come up with a top 10 and I'm remaking them because then I want to have a top 3 and I'll make a video with the top 3 and then I'll declare one of them cocktail of the year. This year seems a bit closer than last year, is all I'm saying. Last year, the undeniable winner was the chocolate Sazerac. I fucking love that drink
Oh,
so
yeah.
much. When I make the video, I'm going to do a joke about, I did a batched barrel-aged chocolate old-fashioned, chocolate Sazerac. I could probably take the easy way out and say that's my favorite cocktail this year, but I won't. I'll go for something completely new. But
What did we have last year? We had the Albarado, Obituaro.
the Obituario is such a good drink. It's basically an agave-based martini. So it's a mix of tequila and mezcal with a bit of absinthe in it. Holy crap, that's a good drink.
Oh, the Holy Smoke was good. I remember I had that.
Yeah, no, the top 10 last year were really good. The top 10 this year are really good. But when I narrowed it down,
Between the
it was
Holy
difficult.
Smoke and the Homely Smoke.
Yeah. It was difficult to narrow down the top 3 from the top 10, but there was no challenge for number 1, the chocolate Sazerac.
Yeah, no, this is from I got this at Movie World.
Nice.
Yeah, I fucking love Movie World. Look what else I got. Hang on, I'll show you something.
All right,
Like-
more movie world swag. I like it.
Again. Oh yeah, I got to Tim today.
What did you do today?
I got to gym today.
You went to the gym.
Yep.
Pat's pumping iron.
Yep.
All the better to choke guys. He's got contract.
No. Sure.
Pat's
no
just
way.
building up the upper body strength so he can just hold guys down. And he goes, "Don't beg. I hate it when you beg." And it's just like,
No,
No?
not that. No, I don't. That's about wrestling.
all right. I feel like we got to send Pat a link to the Accident Man movies so he can learn how to do. He can learn how to do hits and make them look like accidents.
No, you know what?
No, this is the whole
No,
thing.
you know what?
Oh, okay. What's Home for the Elderly bringing out to?
And I got to pull out the. I've got to do the battery thing.
Okay, just the way you go. Let me just whip this out. Sorry, what?
Huh? What is that?
Chog, you're unsure if anyone's declared silence on this topic. curious how everyone's going with the craziness. Oh, we were talking about the craziness in the US and right wingers saying the exact opposite of reality. Like the whole thing with like Jimmy Kimmel getting taken off air, and it's just like, and they say, oh, because of what he said about Charlie Kirk. He didn't say anything about Charlie Kirk. He mocked Donald Trump for being a fucking weirdo. It's so surreal. All the right wingers in the US just consistently say the exact opposite of the truth. It's really weird. Okay, Charlie's gone off to find batteries again or something.
So no, in order to make this work, you got to dim the lights. That's all, because you can't have bright lights.
Oh, because it's a mogwai.
Oh, that's cool.
Mogwais don't like bright light. Oh, the song. That's so cute.
That's cool.
He's so
That
cute.
is
So
cool.
it's the 40th anniversary of Gremlins last year,
Yeah.
and
That is
there was
very cool.
3 of these left, and I was like, oh no, I've got to have a Mugwai.
Got to have a mogwai.
I
That
love
is
Joe
very-
Dante films. He's my favorite,
Yeah.
one of my favorite directors. So
That's very cute. Oh, that's so cool. All the little mogwai songs.
all right, bugger off.
Yeah, okay. You know what that reminds me of? We've had currawongs hanging around our neighborhood for longer than they normally do. Like normally currawongs hang around Melbourne in like winter, but when it gets warmer, they go up to the high country. But they've been around for much longer this year. So I actually looked it up, and people who know about currawongs are saying like, yes, they normally go to the high country in the warmer things, but sort of the fact they're finding more food in urban areas is making them hang around in urban areas longer. So they are still hanging around. And just the other day, I think like Wednesday, I had as like 4 currawong on one side of the house. Like I'm working from home. There's 4 currawong. They were like on our clothesline over there, and there was at least 2 on the other side. So I was getting this enormous amount of stereo currawong bird song, and I love currawong song. It's beautiful, and it was just great. It's like between 7:30 and 8 a.m. Like they were just waking up, and they're just. I've never had that many currawong in the yard at one time doing the song together. It was really great. But also, Dr. Abigail, I want to acknowledge you, what you're saying. You got passionate. Most people had problems with Chris Chibnall. But I just kind of take it as it was. Yeah, it's kind of like I feel like you might agree with this, Dr. Abigail, that Chris Chibnall somewhat let Jodie Whittaker down. Because she was great, but the shows she was working on were not necessarily great. Chog, you found somewhat disturbing how loud Left and Right responded. Found this. I'm not sure what he's saying, but lots of disturbing.
He's
shit
talking
happening.
about how everyone piped up so angrily after Charlie Kirk died, sort of like I did with Ray's when it first happened.
Yeah, but also, fuck Charlie Kirk. He was a horrible person. He was a hateful bigot who was bigoted to basically everyone who wasn't a white Christian American heterosexual male.
But I think it's important that when people say that you need to also add that he did not deserve to die.
Oh yeah, no.
Always say, "Oh, he was a fucking asshole," and he said this and da. But you got to add he didn't deserve to die, because that's where people are finding the holes in the argument.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I am absolutely the whole him getting shot. That was fucked and stupid. And I think the guy who did it was a fucking head case, basically. I think he had brain rot from too much time on Reddit and gamer forums.
And that text exchange between him and his partner did not sound like real.
Oh my
It
god!
sounded
The
so.
the conspiracy among right wingers in the US is just spiraling. They're just saying like the things the administration are releasing is not true, and they're getting conspiracies. Was Israel behind it? I don't believe Israel was
Oh,
behind it.
the what's her name? Candace Owen is
Candace
fully
Owens is just
charging
going
on that direction, isn't she? Yeah.
nuts. Just going absolutely nuts. I don't believe. I am no fan of the state of Israel. I don't believe Israel had any involvement. I think it was just a guy who had brain rot from too much time on Reddit and gamer forums.
Yeah.
That guy was just fucked up, as far as I'm concerned.
Chog, I'm in the same boat. You know, I for the first hour after he died, I was reading so many angry comments about, you know, oh fuck the left, we should kill them back and stuff like that. That I got quite emotional, and I'm
Yeah.
like, you know, if you're in a room with like someone like Putin and you had a gun, what are you going to do? You're not going to not shoot him, you know. And that was taking it too far. I realize that now, but I got emotionally charged, and I think that's what the problem is with America at the moment. There's so much anger for each side and no empathy whatsoever.
But
And
the right in America is psychotic.
both are getting quite psychotic. That's the thing.
There were definitely people who are on the left or who are marginalized groups where their public reactions is like, I don't think you're thinking this through. I don't think you are considering. I think you're saying something that is inappropriate and wrong. And I get it's because you have felt attacked and marginalized and threatened for so long that you're lashing out now. I just don't think that's a good thing.
100%. That's it.
I saw this on Monday.
The Conjuring.
Is that a movie?
The new Conjuring movie. Yeah. It's been talked about like crazy. Was it good? 10 out of 10?
Yeah, you said it.
Yeah.
It's best.
I'll agree. I think he's onto something with that one. I think the new Conjuring film will be good. Yeah.
Pat loves his horror. Pat's a big
Yeah, I
horror
saw
fan.
that.
He sure does. Loves his horror and loves his family movies. You know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you seen Bad Guys #2?
No, I know soon.
Pat, did you see the movie Bring Her Back?
Yes.
Did you like it?
Yep.
I thought that would be up your alley. That's like a really
against one on this one, yeah.
horror film. That is,
Yeah, that and haha.
yeah.
Yeah, haha.
Yeah, Chog, you're 100% correct. America needs to take it down a notch, but at the same time, it's a bit hard to when you got a president that's
Oh my
chucking
God.
coal on the fire and pouring petrol on it. You know, like
The idea that you can attack people on the left for going fuck Charlie Kirk when the people on the right are literally going let's murder everyone on the left is just it's not comparable. It simply is not comparable. And yes, you got some people who were on the left or progressive or marginalized groups who said intemperate things that were it was probably not a good idea to say, but they weren't talking about wholesale oppression and the way the right is behaving in the US at the moment is unhinged.
I saw that my TikTok. I saw.
You saw crazy stuff on TikTok, Pat?
Yeah, I saw the boys and girls run away. Run.
Yeah, no. There is some pretty wild stuff on TikTok.
Yeah, I saw that.
Jock, what are you saying?
no, he hasn't got it on already. He's trying to fire the head of the Treasury because she invested in a second property and called it her primary property. That's not illegal. That's a technicality, and they're just trying to find anything they can, to
It's
take him down
look,
so they can move in. It's all part of the Project 2025 thing. This is
yeah.
nothing new. If you read that 2025 project last
Oh
year,
yeah,
you're
absolutely.
like, this is, yep, tick box, tick box, tick box, tick box. Like,
Yeah. And it literally comes down to, is the democratic process going to continue to exist in the US or not?
when
And
you take all the safeguards down, yeah.
we just don't know if the democratic process is going to continue to exist.
Oh
Because
yeah, my sister's son birthday today.
it was your sister's son's birthday.
Yep.
Your
How
nephew?
old?
How old is your nephew?
26 now.
26.
Yep, now.
You've got a nephew who's 26.
Yep.
Good Lord.
The
That's
guy's in a
a hell
legal
of a
bubble
thing.
inside the Treasury, but because he's in the bubble, he's not technically in the. Well,
Oh yeah.
being in
It's
the Treasury
I swear
means
to
you're in the
God.
bubble. That's the point of the Treasury being separated from the league, from the government.
Yeah. Trump is just
So
doing
yeah,
so
but
much
you're right.
criminal
They're
shit.
going to start breaking down those walls eventually. Like.
What would be fascinating is if, okay, so like the midterms are happening next year. What
Oh, Harry
happens
just
then?
brought up a topic.
If the Democrats get power, will they finally go like, Trump's a crazy person and we can only start to bring stuff back to equilibrium if we do some quite extreme stuff ourselves? And like, okay, and in the next presidential election, what happens if a Democrat wins the next presidential election? Because Trump did so much unhinged shit, like stuff that makes, it's not just illegal, it's stuff that doesn't make any sense. Like he put a podcaster in charge of the FBI, for fuck's
Yep,
sake,
and he put a Fox News host in charge of the
in
defense
charge
force.
of the military.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, if you just put a proper person in those things, everyone in that thing is going to go, oh my God, thank God. But it's just like, have we now reached the most extreme version of tit for tat? That if the government changes hands, they don't do anything remotely sane. Because the Democrats will just look at Trump and his regime and say, man, they just didn't give a shit about anything. They just did whatever they wanted. So if Democrats get that power, do they just do whatever they want? And that's not healthy. That is not healthy. It's fucking weird.
Answering the question before about Memento. Memento was actually the first Christopher Nolan film that I ever watched.
Oh, I
And it
like
blew my
Memento.
mind, but it's still not my favorite Christopher Nolan film, though. I got to say, I'm still on the. I'm one of those guys that are like, you know,
The Batman trilogy.
yeah,
Right.
Dark Knight was just such a fucking incredible film.
Yeah.
I
Oh, look,
saw that.
I'll defend Tenet. People have a lot of trouble with Tenet. I
I can
actually
watch it
really
once and that's it. Yeah.
no. I've watched it twice. I will defend Tenet. It's not like, yeah, but again, this is the whole thing. The experience of art and entertainment is completely
Yes.
subjective. But I will definitely defend Tenet because Nolan was trying to do something wholly original in that. And I have a lot of time for someone who does something that's just wholly original. And he was absolutely fucking with your head with the concept of entropy and the ability to reverse entropy. Because our understanding of physics and the cosmos is entropy increases. But he had this thing like, what if you could actually decrease entropy,
In put it in
which
reverse.
effectively
Yeah.
means reversing the flow of time from our perspective? And I thought that was a genuinely interesting thing to do. And yes, Chog, I would probably also go. My favorite Nolan is Interstellar. I've got
Oh, yeah, that would be a close second.
yeah, just Matthew McConaughey. Particularly the bit when he gets to the black hole and he's in that place where time he can reach through time, and he actually starts sending the messages back through time, and
Hmm.
he's saying, like, Murph, tell him to stay, don't leave, and the fact that he's there and he knows this doesn't work because it didn't work on him, and he's desperately going, tell him to stay, Murph, tell him to don't leave, and he's crying, and I was going, that is one of the most heartrending
Hmm.
scenes I have ever seen in a movie.
Stuff is going to
Matthew
get mad at
McConaughey
you.
does that so well, and the heartbreak of him, he knows this isn't going to work, but he's still desperately sending this message back through time. Don't go, don't go. And I was just like, oh my God, this is so fucking intense.
And when he met his daughter and she was old, that really
And
hit
she
me
was
really
older
hard
than
too,
him,
yeah.
yeah. And it was,
Um,
and she just said, yeah, no, I found something else that saved us. And I was just like, but just that one scene where he's in there and he's sending the message back saying, don't go, don't go. And yes, Inception, Chog, I genuinely loved Inception.
Honey, I'm the same as you on that one, dude.
Heidi, look, dude, you're probably more in the mainstream idea. Tenet did not really get people. Uh, I genuinely liked Tenet. I loved what they did with it. But Nolan's a great filmmaker. Like the his Batman trilogy was just like a straight ahead action movies, and they were great. Um, the middle one, Dark Knight, was definitely the best. Um, okay, I'm going to recommend to everyone. There is an animated series called Harley Quinn, which there's at least 3 seasons of, and it's really weird because it's hyper violent with lots of swears, and it is really weird to watch an animated DC series that's just incredibly violent with lots of swears and stuff. But
Hmm.
it's very funny, and one of the bits that makes me laugh a lot is the version of Bane in that talks like Tom Hardy's Bane in Batman. It's like, oh, you know what's happening is going. And it's just like an in joke that everyone thought Tom Hardy's version of Bane was quite weird. And so in this animated series, the version of Bane is the same as Tom Hardy's version of Bane, which is very weird. But I've only watched like a season and a half, and I've seen some clips on YouTube because I think in subsequent seasons there's this weird thing where Joker tries to live a quiet suburban life, and he ends up fighting with like Karens on the PTA at the local school. And it's like the Joker with all these diabolical criminal plans trying to subvert education at the local school. And it's really quite surreal, this animated Harley Quinn series. I definitely recommend it.
Have you
Oh my
seen
God,
the trailer for the Odyssey?
the upcoming Odyssey film. Oh my God, that looks trippy as fuck.
What a cast!
Yes. That could be the Odyssey film could be really good or could be a huge disappointment.
You remember that game we played where we list out actors and you would try to guess the film?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's going to be
I
one
done
of those movies that, like,
Because of the
it's
actors
got
who were in it. Yeah.
so many famous actors in it. It's not funny. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, Pat, I'm just gonna throw you haven't been posting movie reviews on the Discord for a little while.
Yeah, but I lost mine.
You lost yours,
You
okay.
lost your Discord password again.
No,
Uh,
my phone is getting a bit bad.
Your phone's
That.
your phone's messed up on you. Fair enough.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
So, what else have you seen lately, Pat? Besides The Conjuring.
I don't know. I saw that. The Donna once. So here.
I'm eating cheesy jalapeno poppers.
Look at this fucking. I sent you a big thing of the rum old. Look at this huge bottle of the rum old fashioned I had.
Oh, yum! Yeah, I
Good.
smashed that. I just
Pour some.
Harlem Nights. How funny is that? What's his name in that? Who's the guy?
I saw this one.
Oh yeah. Everyone loves that one. Hey, that's been like the most
Yeah,
watched
I saw
movie
that.
on Netflix. Yeah.
What was it?
Yeah, I saw.
It was K-pop Demon Vampire Hunter.
Oh yeah,
Demon
K-pop
Hunter?
Demon
Yeah.
Hunters. Everyone loves that.
Yeah, I saw the full times. I saw the full
Oh, so
times.
I was reading in the chat. Nintendo Lunchbox talking about Richard Pryor and Eddie Murphy. What are we talking about?
Yeah, it's a movie called Harlem Nights.
Oh God, yes, I watched that on video back when it was first released on video.
Yeah, I just watched that for the first time like 3 months ago or 4 months ago,
Yeah.
and I was blown away by like the lady Vera who he shoots in the foot.
So I haven't watched it since.
Such
Yeah,
an
I saw that.
emotional role. I couldn't believe how much I cared about this woman in his comedy.
Yeah.
You know, like it was
Alright.
such a beautiful film. And Arsenio
Yeah,
Hall
toilet
was
break.
so
Alright.
funny when he was crying like crazy. Good film. Yeah, you don't need no pinky toe.
Oh
Such
yeah.
a funny
Oh,
film.
pretty soon. I'll go to that soon.
Halloween Havoc. Oh, is that wrestling?
Yep. I go see Josh and Fox that day.
Do they have much wrestling here in Australia, like WWE?
Yes, it's on. It's on soon. So I saw them on my TikTok. So you hear. Oh, it's there. It's there, you know. It's there.
Oh yeah, there you go. Okay, yep.
Next wrestling. Oh, go. I don't know. It's up. Lost of
Didn't
money.
Charlie Murphy help write the movie as well? Nintendo Lunchbox. I feel like he helped write the film as well.
Oh, Charlie Murphy's awesome. Sorry, while we were talking about this, I was just thinking about how Charlie Murphy was on Chappelle's show all those years
Oh
ago.
yeah. The Prince
And-
story was so funny. Yeah.
The Prince story, the Rick James story.
Oh, the Rick James. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
thing that struck me as funny is like most black celebrities at the time Eddie Murphy was a rising star were comparatively light skinned, but Eddie and Charlie Murphy were quite dark skinned. And he and Charlie Murphy saying this story, we were basically the only really dark black celebrities. And even Rick James called Charlie Murphy and Eddie Murphy midnight because of how dark skinned they were.
Mhm.
And it's just like the way he relates those stories. I don't know if there's ever going to be better comedy than the way Dave Chappelle combined Charlie Murphy telling the story, Dave Chappelle doing a recreation of it as young Rick James, and old Rick James being interviewed and telling his version of it, and just juxtaposing them all. And it's like Rick James was so fucked up. And the line that I will remember my whole life is, "Cocaine's a hell of a drug."
Yeah, right? Yeah.
It's just... It's
Okay, so no, he didn't help write Harlem Nights. That was purely an Eddie Murphy writing. But he did write Vampire in Brooklyn, and he wrote Norbit.
Norbert's underrated, I think.
Yeah, I didn't mind Norbit at all. Yeah.
Norbert's very interesting. But also there was that one, what was the one Eddie Murphy did with Martin Lawrence where they were in prison for most of their lives? Life, yeah. It's like, because of the racist prison system, they spent a large portion of their life in prison for a comparatively minor crime. But Nintendo Lunchbox knows it too. Life, yeah. That was a good movie.
And yes, Heine is the photography buff.
Yes.
I can vouch for that. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. And
but yeah, Life was a good film. I like Life. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Sophie loves Meet Dave, but I can't stand it.
You know, all I remember about Meet Dave is the meme picture of someone was going down a freeway in Los Angeles where the giant Eddie Murphy head was on the back of a truck, and they took a picture, and it's so surreal. A truck on a freeway with a giant Eddie Murphy head on the trailer. It's so fucking weird. Oh dear. Also, just bringing Martin Lawrence and Dave Chappelle, I just remember this routine with Dave Chappelle from years ago where he's basically saying, I knew Martin Lawrence when he started in Hollywood, and he was a completely normal guy. And he was basically just saying Hollywood definitely drove Martin Lawrence completely insane. And he was essentially saying Hollywood is dangerous to anyone, but it is particularly dangerous to black people. And he's just going like, Martin Lawrence used to be normal. Martin Lawrence is not normal anymore. Martin Lawrence has definitely been driven crazy by Hollywood.
Yep, Suffolk's a sport buff. Heine's a camera buff. I think me and Patty are the movie buffs.
If you look up online, crazy stories about Martin Lawrence, you will get so many.
Oh, really? Would you? Yeah.
Because so many crazy stories about Martin Lawrence. Like, he's gotten very weird. Oh, sorry, I just poured myself some of the Rama Old Fashioned. It's so fucking good. Oh, yum. And it's because it's not just rum, sugar, bitters. I also put in like some falernum and some allspice dram, which has really brought up like the cinnamon and allspice flavors in it. Oh my god, it's so fucking good.
Yeah.
Oh, Harry, Dreamgirls. That's the thing. Eddie Murphy was a supporting role in Dreamgirls.
Oh wow, I forgot about that film. Yeah. That was a good one.
But again,
and
Eddie
Dolomite.
Murphy,
My Name is Dolomite. I really loved that movie.
Dolomite was great. Call Me Dolomite.
Yeah.
That was really good.
And being a fan of Dolomite in general, I really connected a lot with that film.
Yeah, that was, for anyone who doesn't know, that was a real guy who made what we call blaxploitation films in the 70s. And Eddie Murphy did an excellent dramatization of his story called Call Me Dolomite. It's really good. But like, Eddie Murphy, 40-year career, he can basically do whatever he wants these days.
He's done a lot of shit, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, he's done a bunch of good stuff. He's definitely done substandard stuff as well.
I Spy, that was bad.
That didn't really work, did it?
Yeah, he went through a period where he just couldn't find what he wanted, But then there's some absolute gems. Like Holy Man was a terrible one, though. Remember
Oh,
that one?
Holy Man was so
God.
fucking bad. But it was like early Eddie Murphy, exceptional. Mid Eddie Murphy, terrible. Late Eddie Murphy, renaissance. Some really good late Eddie Murphy stuff.
Dolomite is about an American well he was he wanted to be famous, and to find fame he would copy the homeless people's rhymes that they would do, and you know, they're all very quite dirty poems, you know. um and he would start doing a stage show, and he thought, oh, I've got an idea. I'm going to make a movie where I use some of these lines but make it into an action film. I'm going to be a badass, and he's going to self-fund it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's basically the story of the Dolomite movie. But the Dolomite movies themselves, you know, one movie he's a DJ who, you know, gets messed up with the bad man, who are always white, by the way, of course, you know. And
I've got a soft
yeah,
spot for that, I have to admit.
yeah,
Like
I
modern day
do love
Jordan
exploitation
Peele
films.
doing movies, horror movies where the monster is white people. I've got to admit, I fucking love that. It's
So what era was that? That's around the Shrek era, where he's doing Doctor Dolittle and Shrek
look,
and
honestly, I get he was
Pluto
doing a lot of
Nash.
family friendly stuff when he had young kids. Yeah. They
Yeah, so
weren't
that would
all
have been
terrible.
2001 ish, around that era.
Yeah. It's but you definitely get early Eddie Murphy is incredible. Mid Eddie Murphy is kind of shit, but late Eddie Murphy picks up again.
Yeah, good way to put it. Yeah, but
Yeah.
even then, there's still a few like, you know.
Mm.
But
There's a
he's
couple in
so
mid Eddie
situated
Murphy
as
that
an
aren't
actor
terrible.
in our generation that even I'll still give a movie a chance, even though his last two were crap.
Yeah.
You know, I don't ever write him off because he might come back with a gem. You know.
Yeah. And it's like the last Axel Foley movie he did.
Yeah.
That wasn't terrible. It was literally they were trying to go, can we make a movie that has all the tropes of an 80s action movie
Mhm.
today? And I think the answer is not really.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
No,
you watch that one and you
I
go like,
mentioned this when it came out. Angry. I remember we talked about it actually.
yeah,
What I didn't like about it was that they gave him a daughter, and then made this whole thing about you weren't there, Daddy. You weren't part of my life. You
and
remember
it
this
didn't
convo?
really work. It
Where
didn't
what they
really
should
work.
have done is gave him a son, made him the partner of, put him in the position that what's his name? The actor that was in it. There was a
He
white
should have had
actor,
a son who was like Judge
Joseph
Reinhold.
Gordon-Levitt. He make him the action hero, so he picks up a lot of the slack that Eddie Murphy can't do anymore, being, you know, 80 years old, you know,
Yeah.
and drive it that way, and then have banter between each other of a father and son kind of humor instead of this negative "you
Yeah.
weren't there, Daddy" shit. You know, that just dragged it down.
Yeah. But also, okay, here's another. I actually agree with you about a son being a cop. But what if he had a son who was like Judge Reinhold, like a nerd?
That would have been funny too. Yeah,
That would have worked. Again, the Axel F Netflix movie wasn't terrible. It was reasonably entertaining, but I did sit there watching like, oh, you are just trying to make an 80s action movie with all the stupid shit that we just don't really accept in a movie anymore.
So you like that late in Lunchbox? I thought that was a little bit lazy writing. I think they, if we're going back and watching another, Beverly Hills Cop film, then he's got to do a scam. That's part of the fun. But they just was like, can't be fucked.
Yeah, it wasn't terrible, but it wasn't great. Very middle of the road.
But it was so good seeing all the old characters come back. Although Judge Reinhold got kidnapped, like in the first scene of the film.
Yeah.
you know, and it's like, can you just at least let us have him back for a bit and then
Yeah.
have him kidnapped, you know? Don't just kidnap him
Yeah.
from the very get-go.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, yeah, I just kind of summarize it as not great, but not terrible. It's fine. I what have I been watching recently that's good?
You
There is
loved your
actually
Deadwood.
Oh yeah, I finally got through Deadwood and watched the movie on Plex. Deadwood is fucking great. Is
Mm.
so good. I mean, great character actors. Timothy Oliphant in the lead. It's an incredible. Like 20 years ago, was it 20 years ago they made Deadwood? It was, and 10 years
I
ago they
watched a
made the
homeless
movie.
person shit in the street, and I found that better than the third movie, Nintendo. So that's not saying much, you know.
Ah, what? Sorry, what third movie are we talking
Oh,
about?
the Beverly Hills Cop 3. You remember Beverly
Oh
Hills Cop
God,
3
no,
that came
Jesus
out in
Christ,
1992
no.
or 3? Yeah.
It's like the drop off in quality. Beverly Hills Cop was great. Beverly Hills 2 dropped to here. Beverly Hills 3, bleh. And Axel F is above Beverly Hills Cop 2 as far as I'm concerned. Beverly Hills Cop 2,
Really?
Beverly Hills 2 Cop 2 was not
I
great.
really like
It-
Beverly Hills Cop 2. I'd watch more than one.
but oh God, Beverly Hills Cop 3 was terrible.
Is that
Um,
because is it hard to binge that show because it's so confronting? Nintendo?
oh, Shameless is pretty extreme viewing.
Yeah, I
Whether
remember
you're
the
talking about the
British
British
version.
one, whether
Yeah,
you're talking
that's the
about
one
the
I've
British
seen.
one or the American one, it's pretty intense viewing.
Mm.
Yeah, it's it is deliberately difficult to watch. I think it's fair to say about Shameless. But okay, so Deadwood 20-year-old show is great, but more recent ones on Netflix, Hostage, which is a British one, is quite good, is worth watching. Um, Dark Skies, which is a few years old but is just got on Netflix, is good.
Everybody's talking about that one. Yeah, yeah.
I like see. I'd been holding out because you can watch it on in Australia. You can watch it on SBS on demand. There's
Mm-hmm.
3 seasons on SBS, but you get ads if you do that. And it's like, oh, the first 2 seasons are on Netflix with no ads. Fantastic.
Mm.
Um, it's pretty good. It's set in 1971 on a Navajo reservation with the Navajo tribal police, and it's got supernatural elements. I'm only like 4 or so episodes in. It's pretty fucking good though. No, sorry, I'm like 8 episodes in. First season's 12 episodes. I think I've watched like 8 episodes with Mrs. Angry. It is Dark Skies. I was so excited that it was coming on Netflix. It's like, yay, I get to watch it without ads. Awesome.
So, what movie are you doing tomorrow morning? You have decided, or just going to go
I
with
reckon I'm
whatever?
going to watch that Russian one,
Oh, really?
Stalker.
You're
I
going to
reckon,
watch a 2 hour and 40-minute Russian film in the morning?
dude,
That's a
like
way to start
hungover,
it.
starting off eating bacon sourdough baguette and watching. But see, that's the thing. If it's Russian, I can just have the subtitles on, and it doesn't matter how crunchy my baguette is
You
because
can
I'll just
still
be
hear the
reading the
dialogue. Yeah.
subtitles. Yeah. I was doing that literally. I was doing that this morning. It was so weird. Like I woke up at 5 and thought I wasn't going to go back to sleep, and then I went out and like, oh, I'm going to watch Morbius, and then suddenly I was hungry. So at like 5:30 a.m., I was cooking bacon and eggs. And-
Yeah, we got one of these, those egg boilers, how you boil an egg, and you can get
yes,
these
yeah.
machines that do it. Sophie and I have had eggs 3 days in a row because of that thing. It's so fucking yum. And it's so easy.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, what was okay. I've had enough cocktails so I forget basic words. It's the cheese that you pan fry and it's kind of like squeaky on your teeth when you bite it.
Halloumi?
Halloumi. See, I knew if I said squeaky cheese, you'd get it.
Yeah.
So I had bacon and eggs and halloumi for breakfast this morning.
Mm.
And I very rarely have a breakfast that full on. But I literally, after I'd been awake for half an hour, I went, man, now I'm hungry. And so I
My
had that.
favorite Russian movie, Safa, is one called Brother Number Two. It's a sequel to the movie Brother, obviously. And
Okay.
Brother One is about how he helps his brother gets caught up in a case with the mob, and the mob's doing a thing with snuff films, and so yeah, it's some difficult topic, but this is Russia for you, man.
Yeah.
You know, like
Russia.
um,
Man. Okay.
and so he ends up going into the mob and just with this giant shotgun and just like it's great. Um,
Sounds full
but
on.
then Brother Two is they take the characters and go to America, and he has
Yeah.
to convince a hockey player to come back to Russia because he's caught up in the mafia as well over there as well.
Yeah.
They're both mafia movies. They're so good though, you know, like one of Russia's best actors was in it. Hang on. Okay, his name is Sergei Bodrov Jr. And during the time I was dating a Russian, this guy was absolutely everywhere, right?
Okay.
But
Yeah.
what happened was he was in the middle of making a movie in Russia, and
Yes.
a giant ice berg
Yeah.
collapsed and crushed him. And I'm like, so fucking Russian, you know? Like,
What the fuck? Okay.
hang on. I'll go to the Wikipedia and click on death.
Okay, but that's real. That happened. Okay, so when I had a holiday in New Zealand with Mrs. Angry, I don't know, like 15 years ago, and we went to one of the glaciers. When you're in the front face of the glacier, as it moves forward, ice will fall off, and we watched it, and bits of the ice would fall off, and it was like this slow motion, boom, and it was clearly tons of ice falling off the face of the glacier and
Yep.
smashing into the ground. And when we were watching, we were at the thing, and it was quite a low fence, and it was saying, "Don't go beyond here." But some idiots did, and they were right out near the face of the glacier where you're not meant to go. And when a bit of it fell down and went boom, crash, these dickheads went and looked closer and were like, well, you're dickheads. Only a couple of years later, like 2 or 3 years later, some tourists from Melbourne, or I actually think they were born in India, but they'd been living in Melbourne, and then they had a holiday in New Zealand, and they walked up to the face of a glacier, and the whole face of it just carved and just collapsed and fucking crushed them. There was 2 or 3 guys got killed, and that was not long after. And having watched these guys, I go, yeah, someone is definitely going to get killed because they don't take seriously that is several tons of ice that falls off the face of this glacier. And it happened only a year or two after Mrs. Angry and I was there, and it's like, yeah.
Yeah, Safa, do you know who this guy is? Have you heard of that name before? Sergei Bodrov Jr.?
Oh, he seems to. There you go.
Oh, did he? Did he say something, did he?
No, that was you who actually wrote it. Sorry.
Yeah, that was me just then. Yeah, just so he can.
And Heine and Chong are doing camera tech talk as well. Which
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what I'm just
I love
letting
it.
that one
I
go.
love you guys
that's
can go
way
be
over
camera
my
nerds
head. Yeah.
together. I love it. I love it.
Oh, Earth! I guess they were put on ice.
They were. They really were. Actually, talking about Russian mobster films, it's not a Russian film; it's a Hollywood film. One with what's his face from Lord of the Rings. Eastern Promises is a really good movie.
Eastern Promises, that rings a
Have
bell.
you not seen
that's
that?
the
That's-
yeah, no, yes, I have seen that. Yeah, that's the Departed.
What?
The original.
No.
Departed.
The original Departed is a Hong Kong film called Infernal Affairs. Eastern Promises is a Russian. It's a Hollywood film about Russian gangsters, but it's what's his name who's Aragorn in Lord of the Rings.
Viggo Mortensen.
Viggo Mortensen. Yeah, but it's there are layers of deception in it about insiders and outsiders in the mob,
Oh yeah,
and
I've seen this one. David Cronenberg.
it's really good. Eastern
That's why I
Promises is
saw it.
really
Yeah.
good. Yeah, yeah. It's just layers of deception in the Russian mob, and it's kind of like you feel like it's going in a particular direction, and then it kind of janks left, and you go,
Oh.
"Oh, that guy was fucking lying. He set up this whole thing," and you go, "Oh yeah." And then it's like, no, he was lying, and he's trying to fuck over Vigo, and Vigo's going to fight back.
Look at
And
that. There's a question mark.
Eastern Promises is good. Yeah, because Nintendo Lunchbox asked a question. Did you see Nobody 2? So it gets highlighted as a question. And yes,
Oh,
I
have you
watched
seen it?
Nobody 2 only a week or two ago, and I enjoyed it. It's silly, but I enjoyed it.
I was annoyed by it because of the characters when like they I felt like there was some lazy writing moments in it, but I've already talked about this and I'm not going to put
Yeah,
angry
look, okay. It's not as good as Nobody. Sequels often aren't, but I enjoyed it. It was kind of silly, but I still enjoyed it. Because often, look, I'm just watching an action film, so I switch off all my higher brain functions when I watch an action film because you'll just get kind of
Yeah,
upset.
but in the meantime, I'm sitting there going, just hit him one more time. Put him down. Fucking make, he's lying there. You beat the bad guy up to the point where he's lying on the ground, and then you grab his gun, and then you walk away with his gun. Instead of just going, boop, like...
Yeah. When anyone doesn't double tap their adversary, I get really annoyed.
A little bit, yeah.
It's kind of like, okay, so you're talking about, because I watched the Walking Dead spin-offs that are on Plex. I've watched a few episodes of Dead City, which is Maggie and Negan, and I watched the first episode of Daryl Dixon, which honestly seems more promising, because I swear to fuck, Dead City has this one bit. So that's set at least 10 years after the zombie apocalypse, maybe longer. And there is one scene where, for whatever reason, there's a group of pursuers and they want to narrow down to just one guy. So one guy, when they're in a building and they've shut a door and a bunch of the zombies are banging on the glass door and the guy's just standing there, and the glass starts to crack and it breaks, and he still just stands there.
Standing there,
until
yeah.
He gets overrun by zombies. And I was just like, because from a plot point of view, you just wanted him to be dead. And I was like, someone who has survived 10 plus years of the zombie apocalypse, how the fuck are they just going to stand there at a door like, yo, dude, there are dozens of these fucking dead.
Oh, they're coming through the glass. Yeah.
And that there are two things that would recur. I love The Walking Dead. I have all the Walking Dead comics. I had the comics before the show existed. And I did like the show. It had flaws, but I liked it. But there were two big things that shit me up the wall. It's like, years into the zombie apocalypse, how could someone do something that stupid? Because you know what gets you killed, and you'd have people do something just brain-bendingly stupid to get killed. But the second thing that always did my head in, and this happened recurringly, people were out and shit went wrong, and their friend or sidekick who's with them gets caught by the zombies, and they're being bitten and ripped apart, and they're screaming in pain, and the person who's with them doesn't shoot them in the head. And it's just like, this person is literally being torn apart while they're still alive. They are suffering the worst pain. And you only have to get one bite for a zombie and you're gone. So as soon as your sidekick gets one bite or scratch, you should just put a bullet in your head. But there were multiple scenes over multiple seasons. Someone that they're with is getting attacked and the person just goes, oh, that's kind of fucked. And it's like, no, you would shoot them in the head.
Misery. Yeah, he's going to turn into a zombie if you don't. Yeah.
And so
especially like you just said, he's been doing it for ages.
Yeah.
you'd be so used to seeing
Yeah.
zombies come in through doors or crashing
Yeah.
through windows.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be it should be an instinct for him by now to just get the fuck out, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. So there were the two things
Yeah,
that
he
would
was
happen
young, eh?
recurringly in the Walking Dead thing that would give me the shits. One was people being killed for being really stupid, and how would stupid people have lived that long? And the second one was someone you're with is getting physically torn apart, and you don't do them a mercy of shooting them in the head. And it's just like,
Oh, and another trope that really shits me with films. This is another one that brings up. You made me think of is they'll let the bad guy go. The bad guy will kill someone that he loves. You know, like his family or his brother or such and such, right? And then he'll go after the bad guy. But it's
Yeah.
like, dude, you let him go. You made that choice knowing what kind of person he was like. You know, he'd already killed 20 people.
I can't remember what this movie was called. It was like from the 90s. Dennis Leary was the main bad guy. Like, the comedian who the I'm an asshole, I'm an asshole.
Yeah, no, yep.
And it had a bunch of name actors, and it was this trapped in the city, horrible crime and whatnot.
Oh, Judgment Night.
Yes, it was Judgment Night. And this ending thing, I actually thought was really good because it was the final thing was, I don't know, Dennis Leary's bad guy has fallen multiple flights and crashed on the ground, and he's probably dead. And the good guys are kind of walking past his corpse, but it's this massive tension. Is he suddenly going to jump up and attack them?
Yeah.
And he doesn't because he's dead because he's fallen 10 floors.
Yeah.
But it is a really good end to the movie that the good guys can't bring themselves to just shoot this body. I would shoot the body in the head. I would just go make sure he's dead. And they're kind of sure he's dead, but they're not 100% sure. So when they're walking past his body, it's a couple of minutes of real tension because they can't bring themselves to just shoot this body, and he is actually dead and nothing happened. And I thought it was really good, but I was like, yeah, dude, I would.
There's a movie called Cannibal the
I would
Musical.
just put so many rounds into his body. It's just like,
yeah, it's a cool little glass. Yeah, there's a movie called Cannibal the Musical, and there's the last guy that he kills. It's a Trey Parker film.
yes.
Yeah, and the last guy he kills, he stabs in the eye with a stick, and then sticks a pickaxe through his chest, and I think there was one more with a cleaver through his head, and and then he keeps every time he would get hit like that, he would go down and then suddenly go and come back, and then after the last time he kills him, I think the last one is the pickaxe. He's like, just to test if he's dead, like that was so funny.
Yeah.
But back to Judgment Night. Jeremy Piven shat me so much in that film.
But but his character was
He
meant to
is so
be
good at annoying me in movies.
Yeah. Jeremy Piven is great at annoying you. That's his whole thing. Jeremy Piven is so good at being fucking annoying.
In my opinion, with movies, Earth, any zombie, anything, whether it's a zombie kangaroo or a zombie cow, anything zombie you can't eat.
No, it's tainted meat. You can't eat
Yep.
it. And that was a thing in one part of The Walking Dead where they'd stumbled across these people who are cannibals, essentially. And one of the guys wakes up and they've been eating his leg and they think he's going to freak him out. And he's like, fuck you guys. And he pulls his shirt aside and he's been bitten by a zombie. And he's just going, I'm dead anyway. You've all been eating tainted meat. Fuck you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's some good things that Jeremy Piven has been fun in, but yeah, PCU I didn't like that much. PCU was a right-wing fucking wet dream.
Annoying as fuck.
Yeah, PCU is a right-winger's wet dream. Also, bringing back to the conversation Lunchbox brought up, Night of the Living Dead ending was raw. The hero gets hit by the white man. And it's not just a white man, can I add? This is what I was thinking. It's a white cop.
It's rednecks. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
That was
police. It's the
George
police. that kill
Romero
him.
was making a really specific statement there. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. But
I love
it would have been a bigger statement had he been able to live for the film, because he would have been the first ever black man to live
yeah.
through a horror film.
But the George
But they couldn't
Romero
do it.
the Dead films that George Romero actually had a role in, they have some good stuff. Like the last what was the last one? It was called Diary of the Dead or something. And it was like early social media stuff where people were actually recording video of the dead. And the central thing was because humans were effectively torturing the zombies and doing other things. And it was essentially stating like, I don't know that humans are any better than the zombies because humans are really hateful and sadistic. Um, it was Diary of the Dead. I think it was called Diary of the Dead. It's one of the lesser known Romero ones. And the central thing was essentially, I don't know that humans are any better than the zombies because humans are doing some severely fucked up shit. And it was reflective of like kind of the early days of YouTube and social media.
So 2009. Oh no, this is producer. Okay, sorry, director. I'm pulling up.
Okay.
Yeah, Diary of the Dead. Okay, 2007. Wow,
Yeah,
that's an early angle to go at the internet.
Yeah, I quite liked Diary of the Dead because I felt like it was really reflecting internet culture. And from my perspective, the central thing of Diary of the Dead is I don't know that zombies are any worse than humans because humans are fucked up and vindictive and sadistic.
Yeah, it's the whole what would you rather be? Is it man or bear that would kind of.
And there were a couple of Dead films that had the blonde Australian actor in the lead. And there's the whole thing where they used fireworks to distract the zombies. They called them sky flowers. And they realized the longer the zombies were in existence, it's kind of like they started to remember their life before the zombie apocalypse, and they were acting out. And there's the thing, Dennis Hopper was in that one. I'm trying to remember what it was called, but people had a compound on Manhattan Island because it was an island, so it was protected. You could cut it off, but at one point when the zombies go to attack, it's kind of like there's this one guy, it's a black guy who had been working in a service station and was clearly starting to remember things. And the zombies used to always stop at the water, like, oh, I think there's people that we want to eat over there, but we can't get there. But it's kind of like there's this moment where they go, we don't have to breathe. And they just walk out into the water and they walk on the bottom of the bay and they come up on Manhattan Island and take it over.
I'm trying to figure. You're thinking of Land of the Dead, but I'm trying to think.
What's his name? What
Because
Australian actor is in it?
Joanne Boland.
I don't know. Also, by the by, talking about Earth W is talking about slow moving zombies. Of course, 28 Days Later was groundbreaking because it had fast zombies in it.
Yeah.
George Romero popularized the slow zombie stuff with Night of the Living Dead. 28 Days Later, which I love, is thing. But 28 Years Later was really good, but so extremely sets up a sequel at the end of it, more so than 28 Days Later or 28 Weeks Later did. But okay, this is kind of a small spoiler. I won't go into a lot of details, but there's a thing in 28 Years Later, which a lot of the people are saying, this is super fucked up. There's a thing that a lot of people are talking up in the movie, talking about as being super fucked up. It is not actually super fucked up when you experience it. And there's a thing that Rafe Richardson's character does in it, which I genuinely enjoyed. It was like, oh, actually, this guy's not crazy. This is not as fucked up as you thought it was. And it kind of makes sense. Yeah, then they super set up a sequel at the end of 28 Years Later. And I don't know if they're going to make that. But
I kept waiting for Sandra Bullock to turn into a zombie in 28 Days Later.
now what was
Because, you
her
know, how
one?
she's
Bird
drunk,
Box?
you know, it's the movie about her getting off alcohol.
Oh God. Yes, Sandra Bullock is an alcoholic. Oh my God. Okay.
I'm sorry, you got me on. I'm in the zone right now, just looking for zombie films. I'm sorry, I got distracted. I'm back.
I have a weakness for zombie films. I really love zombie films.
Attack of make it Chog. We need
Chog, Attack of the Republican Zombies. Like it wasn't.
I want to see that
fantastic,
movie.
but I did enjoy Pride and Prejudice and Zombies. I thought that was fun.
Yeah, walking around going, "Don't tread on me," you know.
Oh God, that should be the thing where you kill the Republican zombies by treading on their head. Yes. Oh my
Or
God.
just the tagline, you know, Republican zombie, Attack of the Republican Zombies, and the tagline is "Don't tread on me," you know. Yeah.
Okay, I feel like I need to go and get some. Safra, are you still there? I'm going to get some more ice.
Oh, he's going to get ice. Is he going to do
Yeah,
pee as
because
well?
I feel like I need to drink something non-alcoholic because it's not even
Yeah,
midnight.
I'm well overdue for something
I am
non-alcoholic. I tell you
fairly
what,
fucking Tim Smith. I'm
this
fairly
is
fucking Tim Smith.
I'm fucked. Mm.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna. Are you going? I could play a video, or we go off and get some.
Yeah,
ice.
do that. Good, thank you.
All
Yeah,
right.
I was just
All right,
thinking.
Jesus
Yeah, I'm not.
Christ.
I don't
Okay.
know what to even say while you're not here. Yeah,
No, yeah, no. I'll put a video on.
I usually just feed off the comments.
Yeah, no. I'll put a video on, and you and me can.
Can go get
No,
non-alcoholic
the Streets put up a new video 4 hours ago. Fancy that.
Who did?
The Streets, you know, the British rapper.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah.
He put up a new video. Okay, I'll probably watch that tomorrow.
You're fit, but
Oh
don't
God!
you
Now
know
You See
it?
Me 3. Okay, I fucking hate those movies.
Which one?
Now You See Me. You know,
Oh, yeah, I like Now You See Me 1. Now You See Me 2 was a bit broken.
yeah, no, they're fucking stupid conceptually, honestly.
I like the premise is funny, you know, like
But
yeah.
they just fucking lost it in my. Okay,
comments for inspiration and stuff to talk about.
oh, okay. I am so Tim Smith. I am trying to find a
Type in
video.
angry Aussie.
No, I'm on like the Angry Aussie channel. I'm going, how do I do like most popular?
Oh, what? Nintendo was an extra in the movie Now You See Me. So you got to take back that statement about that movie now. Nintendo was in the movie.
Okay, well, I think that makes it cool. And then
Yep. Totally now my new favorite film. Yep.
popular. Okay.
It's like The Crake. I was in The Crake.
Okay. Okay, I need to find a movie, one of my videos that's about 5 minutes long. Okay. Oh no, this is one. Me doing sex education for kids with toys. Yeah, I'm gonna put that one on. 4.5 million views. It's a Wanga Fat Wednesday.
Oh, I love that intro theme. Come on, bring it on.
Yeah, well, that's my man.
Who here used to sing to it when it came on, and like when you'd start the video and you'd all start going, "Wanga Fat," you know?
That's Blordo, my
Just
man
me?
Blordo, who did that for me.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Okay, the more I try to make things work and I have to click things, I go, man, I am pretty fucking Tim Smith at the
Well,
moment.
we're gonna drink some. We're gonna drink some mineral waters, and we're gonna at least make
Yeah,
this
I
into
think
a
I need to
4-hour
go out and
stream.
get
And
some
then I'll,
ice and then drink something non-alcoholic. Okay, share screen.
or weak alcoholic, you know.
No, I need
Maybe
to
some
drink.
of that apple cider that you've got. You know, I think
Oh
that
fuck
might
no,
go
no!
down.
I've drank something non-alcoholic for a while.
I like
Okay.
your choice of thumbnail for tonight. By the way,
Yeah, I did. I did a search to find that one.
that was a good one.
All right, so this is me if I was a sex education teacher.
It's muted.
Yeah, I haven't played it yet.
No, I know. I'm just saying the volume thing down the bottom left hand corner is muted.
Oh god, I'm trying to. Sorry, stop that. What is? Thank you for pointing that out. By the way.
That's what
All
I'm
right.
here for. I can actually do it and you listen. Because sometimes I'll type it in the box over there and you won't notice it till you get back from taking a pee.
Okay, let's do it. Is that playing?
No, you just went back to me and you.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's just us.
No, I fucked that up so much. What the fuck was I doing? Jesus.
Yeah, I'll
Okay,
sing it.
I'm seriously Tim Smith at the moment. Fuck's sake. Okay, I'm trying again. All right, so it's there.
Yep.
And we're going to
And
do
then
this
just
one.
tap on the middle of the screen.
Tell me this is working.
Mute my mic just so I don't have any feedback coming back into it.
G'day viewers and welcome again to Wanga Fat Wednesday, where I tell you who am I not giving a fuck about today. And today I'm not giving a fuck about the parents in Iowa in the US who got upset when a teacher at local school gave a rather graphic sex education lesson to some teenagers at the school. Why would I give a fuck about teenagers getting some straightforward, even graphic sex education? Seriously, the average teenager is going to respond to a teacher giving them sex education. We're going, nah, miss, no one does it like that. Where have you been? This is how we do it. It's not really got to be an eye-opener. And for any kid that it is an eye-opener, they need it. Now, in this class, some of the things that caused concern is when the teacher was showing how to put a condom on, used an actual dildo as opposed to, like a glass tube or a banana. I love the news reports keep trying to talk around it, talk about it being an anatomically correct penis. It was a dildo, okay? It helps if you're just being a bit realistic. It's a fast doing those things with the tubes or bananas. But anyway, so people were upset the teacher used a dildo for the condom demonstration. And apparently one adult was saying that there was a graphic demonstration of sex positions with some soft toys. Come on. How graphic could it have been? Unless the teacher brought in a couple of furries in the class to do some positions. That could get a bit wrong. In all seriousness, one thing that shits me about sex education in school, if you're in school, I hope you realize this, any teacher that tried to give you real, direct, useful sex education would probably get fucking arrested. That's how screwed up people are these days. They immediately assume, a reference to sex with anyone under 18. Pedophile. And I'm not saying there aren't pedophile teachers out there, but a teacher who genuinely wants to help kids and knowing the truth about sex in all its gross squishiness, that is something you need to know. Hell, even your parents would probably get you in trouble if they actually show. And yes, people go, it's pornographic. No, it's a picture of a vagina with a penis going into it. That's what sex is, okay? And if kids get a shock, on their wedding night because they've saved themselves, how fucking traumatized are they going to be then? What? You want to stick what? Ooh, look at that. Ooh. It's so hard to do proper sex education. Besides, I'm sure these parents were just too uptight. How bad could this teacher be? If you want to traumatize kids, you'd have Mr. Angry give them sex education, which I picture going something like this. And that's how a baby comes out. I'd like the class to thank Mrs. Henderson for that demonstration. And I would just point out that if Mrs. Henderson did some pelvic floor exercises, the baby wouldn't have dropped out quite so fast. And maybe Mr. Henderson wouldn't have to strap a plank of wood on his back before going in there. Just a thought, just advice. So, sex positions. Now, when we talked yesterday, I showed you a few positions with the help of our models here. Now, some parents complained about that. When I thought about it, I realized they were right. That was far too much about penis in vagina. And you guys, you can't just be thinking with your dicks all the time. You've got to learn to pleasure your partner without your penis because you'll get lots more action, quite honestly. Now, it could be just cuddling. Or, it could be a little bit of the oral sex action going on. You've got to learn how to do that, guys. Get in there. Or just some, mutual masturbation. Now, your parents have probably talked to you about fisting. It's not just a figure of speech. With the right lubrication, a man, or in fact another woman, can in fact get their whole fist inside the vagina. You just work it in gently, just roll it in gently. It's, it's not a competition. You don't want to hurt your partner, but some women do find it quite pleasurable. And in fact, some men find it quite pleasurable if the woman stimulates their rectum in a similar way. And I have heard rumors that some guys can take a whole fist. Although I don't like to think too much about that, I'll just be honest, even I get a little squeamish. Hey, are you fapping? No, you, Spotty, are you fapping? Well, you're fiddling around under the desk. It looks like you're wanking. Look, there's nothing wrong with masturbation. It's perfectly healthy, but there's a time and a place. This is a classroom. I'm trying to educate you. Not the time, not the place. Okay? All right, you weren't fapping. He was fapping! You can't trust the spotty ones! Anyway, so, fisting. You can even try do each other at the same time, much like a 69, but instead of the oral sex going on, you'd be going on the mutual fisting could work like... What? You, the traumatized looking kid, have you got a question? You don't seem to... Do you have a question? Oh God, are you crying? There's no crying in sex education. You cry after sex, okay? When you realize what a horrible mistake you've made. If you don't listen to me, all right? What is wrong with you kids? I'm trying to give you valuable information. You're the most uptight bunch of 5-year-olds I've ever seen. And if you can't take some simple, straightforward sex education, then I don't give a fuck.
Look at his facial expression. He looks like he's really into it. Or he's constipated. I reckon he's really into it. See, that's why Ken and Barbie broke up. Because Ken wouldn't go in for the fisting and Barbie loves that stuff. Thus ends the festival of wrong.
So I think
That was brilliant.
I think my favorite parts of that was you, the traumatized looking kid. Why are you crying?
Oh, I just love it how you spring it on us right at the end that they're 5-year-olds,
Yeah. Yeah, it was. You're the most pathetic bunch of 5-year-olds I've ever taught. And it was like
It
literally like
makes
they've
you
been
think
here
back and rewind.
for-
Why was one of them fapping?
Yeah. Are you fapping onto the desk?
Ah.
It was literally just, the
Oh my
festival
god,
of
that was a good
wrong.
laugh. Ah. Whew, I'm warmed up now. I'll tell you what.
I'm
I
definitely
decided to go with a hard rated
hard rated. Okay.
solo, which we're not allowed
Yeah,
to call it
yeah,
that
yeah.
anymore.
No, because it was encouraging the kids to drink alcohol.
But it really is solo though, like
It is. It's alcoholic solo. Yeah.
I love how Epstein that video was.
That's the best way to describe it. That was a
It
very
almost made him
Epstein
lose his
video.
drink then.
Yeah. Chog saying, yep, that was a very Epstein video, that one. Also, that's such an old video.
Yeah, what year was that one? Do you have it up still?
No, I'm going to look. Oh my God. It was 15 years ago.
Was it
I
really?
I uploaded that in June 2010. So yeah, 50. That was 15 years ago. 15 years ago, I was
Yeah,
putting
so
stuff
those
out.
5-year-olds are now 20.
Yeah.
And probably still fucking
And they're still traumatized
Yeah,
by me
still
doing their
traumatized.
sex education class.
Well, that was a great sketch. Yeah, that was a fun one.
I like that one. I do really like that one. Because it was literally it was inspired by Americans being uptight at anything approaching relatively worthwhile sex education, because Americans get so weird that they treat telling young people basic necessary facts about sexuality is like, no, that's wrong.
We had
like,
actually
yeah,
good teachers for that kind of stuff
yeah.
back in year 8. I feel like because I went to school in 1993 in year 8, it was before everything started getting a bit more stricter. Who's this? Do you see this down here?
What
Fuck
are we
those
doing?
jeans.
Nika, I'm not even sure what we're talking about. The jeans thing was
That's so out
good.
of context. That jeans thing was good.
Yeah,
Fuck those jeans.
Nika, look, I am going to plead forgiveness. It's a mere 3.5
Yeah,
hours in.
we've had a few drinks here, so we're a little bit slow. Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to have to be much clearer in your explanations, or I'm just not going to get it.
Oh, are we talking about those American Eagle jeans thing?
Oh, okay, Nick, are you talking about my "fuck stupid people" video? Because that was a fun Australian one. There was a jeans ad that was saying something about
Here
being
we go.
stupid
Yeah.
is cool, and that was on St Kilda Road. And I literally shot a video where I'm on one of the busiest roads in Melbourne, just saying "fuck everything about this billboard. This is bullshit." Yeah, Nick is saying that's it. Yeah. Look, I'll find it. Where are we? I'll find it and play it because I do like this one, and a lot of people.
Also, abusers want not just stupid victims; they want low self-esteem victims, so they can feel like they're not worthy of stepping up and speaking out.
Wait, what's this one? Is this it?
I was having this conversation just this morning about this with some people.
Okay, so this is only 2 minutes. This video, I think this is the one Nika is talking about. Let's show this. This was fun because it was on one of the busiest streets in Melbourne, and I was just going for it. Let's play this for 2 minutes.
I remember this one. Yeah.
G'day, viewers. You know, often when I make loud, shouty, sweary videos, people say to me, you should do that out in public. And I always say, don't be stupid. I don't want to get arrested. But today, I'm making an exception for this stupid fucking billboard I passed. In case you can't read it, it says, smart may have the brains, but stupid has the balls. Be stupid, it says down the bottom. Man, fuck everything about that billboard. Fuck the coke-addled morons in an ad agency who came up with it. Fuck their stupid, greedy bosses who signed off on it. Fuck the morons in the gene company who agreed to it and paid for it. And fuck anyone who had anything to do with it, actually. Oh, and fuck anyone who wants to say something like, well, it's just a joke, man. Lighten up. It's not a joke. It's discernible from a joke in the key fact that it's not fucking funny. You know why it's not fucking funny? Because the world is full of stupid fucking morons who think that being stupid is the way to go. Anti-intellectual, shit for brains, science-denying, educating, mocking fucking morons. You know what? Fuck them. Fuck every stupid fucking moron on the fucking planet. And fuck this billboard. And I swear, it's for diesel jeans. I commit now, if I see anyone as I'm walking down the street with diesel jeans, I will fucking set fire to them. Don't say I didn't warn you. Fuck everything about stupid people.
Oh, hello, darling. I made at least a few fans just stop.
Man, I am getting some funny looks from traffic. There is a lot of traffic around me here, and I am attracting a little bit of attention.
But nowadays you would do that and no one would
to
know.
work out that I'm doing a community service.
Yeah, I took my
Yeah, literally, that like I mentioned the guy's name because the guy stopped and said, "What are you doing, man?" And his name was Paul, and it was fucking cool.
On a side note, Diesel closed its doors in 2019
There you go.
due to Chapter 11 bankruptcy. And say hello to Sophie.
So, hello, how are you?
Yeah, you got
Legend
yourself
Rock
on
is talking
camera
about
with that
Bill
even
Burr.
mean because you put it
Bill
into
Burr is
widescreen
kind
mode.
of funny because he's
I think we know
been
some are out with cameras.
Bill Burr's been railing against the conservative Trump-loving comedians like they're losers, and they are. They're definitely losers.
Again.
Bill Burr has some great points to point about how billionaires are doing this shit to try to separate and create a divide between the left and the right so we can
Yeah.
ignore them. And I think that's one of the smartest things Bill Burr has ever said in his life.
Yeah, he does have some good points. And what I love is his main thing is Bill Burr says, my job is to be funny. I don't want people to clap. I don't want a round of applause when I say things. I want people to laugh. Because you get this weird thing with the conservative comedians where it's just like they say something, whether it's, is bigoted against queers, black people, whatever. And they're all just, yeah, man. Yeah, I fucking hate them. And you definitely get the left-leaning things, left-leaning comedians who have the same thing. They're saying a thing to get applause. And it was very interesting, Bill Burr going, I don't want people to applaud.
Like 10 people on the screen.
I don't want Bill Burr going, yes, you're so brave for saying that. Bill Burr just wants people to laugh because he's funny. It's a whole thing.
Are you talking about how billionaires are using mind control to set the left and the right up against each other so they ignore them?
No.
Taking their houses. No. That's something George Carlin observed 8 decades ago.
Yeah. And honestly, okay, a lot of people worship George Carlin, and I like George Carlin stuff. But when I rewatch George Carlin stuff from 20 years ago, I go, oof, a bunch of this does not hold up. It's
Oh, really?
yeah, rewatch it because I like George Carlin. I think he is very insightful, and at the time, he was being very iconoclastic. But I watch a lot of his stuff and go, "Oh, that is really comfortable, straight white guy comedy." Um, and yes, he is attacking power structures, and I very much agree with him when he's attacking power structures. But I watch some of his stuff and I go like, "Ooh, this is super comfortable, straight white guy stuff as well." Um,
See, I feel Carlin really found his stride in the 90s. A lot of people look at Carlin from the 70s and stuff like that for his, famous
no, I
comedy.
think he was only really good in the late 80s and 90s. I agree with
Yeah,
you.
yeah, around the Bill Hicks era and stuff like that.
But mind you, you can find stuff on YouTube of George Carlin doing TV stuff in the 60s. It's fascinating because this was on really mainstream conservative TV in the 60s. And you look at it and go, this shit was challenging people. It's nothing compared to what he was doing by the
Now,
80s
yeah,
and
yeah.
90s. But you could see he kind of reinvented himself in maybe the 70s. But there is stuff on YouTube you can find of him doing TV appearances in the 60s, and you go, oh, I can see how this is actually quite controversial for broadcast TV in the 60s.
Hmm.
But yeah, I feel like he kind of found his voice in the 70s and he got better in the 80s and 90s.
I
But
gotta say, I
still,
don't know much Nick Dipolo.
I don't know who that is, Nika.
When you type it into Google and you see his face, you're like, oh yeah, him. But
Opie and Anthony. Oh dear.
Opie and
Okay.
Anthony and Patrice O'Neill, I know both of them. Jim Brewer, yeah, I know that name. Jim.
Nick DiPaolo.
But you also got Mark Maron, which is really good. Oh yeah, yeah. He was in Half Baked with
Yeah.
my brain's having it. Dave Chappelle.
Yeah. Honestly, there's a bunch of comedy that's very good and very groundbreaking in its time and doesn't necessarily hold up a decade or two later. Like even fucking sorry, you just mentioned him, Charlie. Fuck. The guy who in the 90s was really sort of
Bill
up
Hicks.
there. Sorry?
Bill Hicks.
Yeah. Okay. I watch Bill Hicks routines from the 90s now and I go, oof, this shit does not really hold up. I
No.
get in the 90s, it was really up in people's faces and whatnot. And credit to him for shaking people up in the 90s, but it really doesn't hold up. Again, it's the amount of times where you go like someone in their time, like, yeah, that was really groundbreaking there. And a decade, 2, 3 later, you look and go, oh, that was privileged straight white guy stuff. And Bill Hicks is definitely that. Honestly,
Yeah,
Lenny
Louis
Bruce
C.K.
is
is
that
where he
too.
hit a roadblock with me. But Chog made a good question for you. I mean, I'm pretty familiar with Carlin's routines. I think the way he communicated was to instill shock in the audience, and he did this pretty well. But what actual points did he make that don't hold up? Can you think of any off the top of my head?
Look, for me, I'd have to actually go and rewatch something to pull out specifics,
Mhm.
but in really general terms, a lot when I rewatch George Carlin stuff, because I'm fucking old. I was watching the George Carlin stuff when it was new and I loved it. And watching it again decades later, I was going, oh, this is comfortable straight white guy stuff. That's what it comes down to. For me, a lot of Carlin stuff was comfortable straight white guy stuff, and he was not necessarily thinking about people who weren't straight white guys. That's how it feels to me now.
I've got
At-
one that came off the top of my head when he asked that question. Was
Yeah.
the very famous quote is "The planet will be fine. It's the people that will be fucked," and that's talking about global warming and causing a hole in the ozone layer. Oh, the ozone layer! He goes on and makes that joke about, and it's not the case. We will fuck the planet, and it will be
Right.
permanently fucked. There is no the planet will be fine, the people will be fucked. It will affect all forms of life on this planet.
Yeah, but
So,
on a
yeah.
long enough timeline, Earth has had multiple
No,
massive.
at the time it wasn't ironic humor, Chog. It was not. He was
No, it wasn't.
making
Yeah,
fun of the
there's
hippies who were taking it seriously, and now it is serious.
yeah. On a long enough timeline, Earth has had multiple mass extinction events, and if humans manage to destroy their own society and ability to continue on a long enough timeline, the planet will continue. But I'm talking about thousands, if not millions, of years as well. But yeah, no, there was a bunch of George Carlin stuff when I rewatch it. I genuinely just think, oh, this is comfortable, straight white guy stuff. Oh, Nintendo Lunchbox, you like Cosby as a kid? My dad had Cosby albums, like vinyl albums, which I thought were hilarious. And then we find out Cosby was a serial sexual abuser over decades.
Yeah, I remember Mum used to read a Cosby book.
Mm.
And it had some funny stories in that too that were.
Yeah, no, my
Yeah.
dad had multiple Cosby albums, which were really entertaining and really funny.
It's just like Louis C.K. It's a real shame when you have someone that you grow up with and you really admire,
so
and then they go and
Louis
disappoint
C.K.
you
was,
like that. You know,
I swear to God, in the last 20 years, two of my favorite comedians had been Dave Chappelle and Louis C.K. And then they turned out to be absolute pieces of shit. And it's like, oh, that's so depressing. That is so depressing. The people who are intelligent and insightful and empathetic just have this massive blind spot. And it was different for Louis C.K. and Dave Chappelle. Their blind spot was different. But it was just like, wow, you were doing all this comedy it was very intelligent. It was very funny, like, which is, of course, the big thing for the comedy to be funny. But it was also insightful and challenging and all these things, and it was great. But then you as a person turned out to be fucking garbage. And it just destroyed my ability to enjoy your work. And it was just like, oh, god damn. God
are you
damn.
talking about CK? Can he just jerk off and have a fun time? He can purposely, absolutely jerk off and have a fun time in front of his fucking computer with no one watching, or
But he-
down in the fucking laneway with no one watching, even if you want.
No, but he exploited the power imbalance by subjecting women to it who didn't want to be subjected to it. He was extremely powerful at the time. And it's kind of like, Dave Chappelle ended up being so fucking transphobic and whatnot. And I try to equate it to, like, Dave Chappelle's jokes about trans people were just what I grew up with, black guy in a suit jokes. And what I mean by that is this is a literal joke we told in the racist environment I grew up with. It's like, what do you call a black guy in a suit? The defendant. And it's literally just saying, like, well, you can pretend you're that and you can appear to be that, but we know you're really not that. And for racist white people, as black people, like, you can pretend to be respectable, you can pretend to be part of society, but deep down you're not white. And Nintendo Lunchbox, Chappelle is transphobic as fuck. He has spent years doing hateful shit against trans people.
Yeah, I think it was last night you were talking about how you went to the movie Set It Off. And in that movie,
Yeah,
you were talking
that was a
about
very
how
funny experience.
Queen
Mainstream,
Latifah kissed another woman in that
yeah,
film,
she
and
she was a
the whole
lesbian.
audience was black, and they
Yeah.
all cringed like crazy, didn't they? Is that
Yeah.
what you were saying, right?
Yeah, it was very funny because even within the movie, the other black characters in the movie are really off put by Queen Latifah making out with her girlfriend, and the people, the overwhelmingly black audience in the cinema reacted exactly the same as the black characters in the film to it. It was very interesting.
Nintendo Lunchbox, go and watch his stand up, The Closer, where he talks about how gender is a fact, and how how he's on Team Turf.
His last 3 specials have been transphobic as fuck.
Yeah, The
And
Closer especially, he was
and it's super upsetting because and it's exactly what it's saying. His jokes are black guy in a suit jokes. I grew up in a really racist environment that reflexively marginalized black people. They weren't part of proper society. When they played dress up, they were just playing dress up. And his jokes about trans people are just racist white people jokes about black people. It's as simple as that.
Jim Jeffries. Yeah, I like Jim Jeffries. He has
Jim
a few
Jeffries is
moments
pretty-
where he's a bit
He-
white
he's
guy,
kind of
like
funny.
that white guy, straight white guy kind of jokes. But at the same time, he's brought a lot of attention to America about gun laws and how stupid the gun laws are over there and stuff.
He actually took a pretty big risk with his gun control routines in America, actually. And what was funny is because for years, you watch his specials for years, he was clearly drunk when he was doing the performances. And at some point, like he had the alcoholic realization moment of, oh, I am dependent on alcohol and it's destroying my life. And I believe he's clean now. But you watch his stuff from 5 to 10 years ago, and he is clearly drunk while he's on stage. He's an interesting guy. So, Nika, what pissed you off about Jim Jeffries? I mean, I can imagine a whole spectrum of things where Jim Jeffries would have pissed you off, and that would be a legitimate reaction to him.
This is getting some pretty heated conversations about just comedians, which is quite funny because it's just jokes at the end of the day. But yeah,
Nika,
that pissed you off.
No, Nika, I get you. Are you pro-gun, Nika? And look, I get we have different opinions, and Jim Jeffries did do a pretty out there anti-gun thing. And look, dude, I've had too many cocktails tonight. I don't want to get into.
Yeah, this is too late in the conversation to start talking about defending. This is the start of the chat kind of conversation we usually have. Yeah,
Chog, you've seen random Chappelle clips. He makes a lot of jokes.
He makes a lot of jokes at the expense of LGBT people and the underlying messages that they send all about how crazy they all are.
Yeah. Nintendo Lunchbox, when you're saying he's not anti-trans, you're not watching Dave Chappelle if you don't think he's anti-trans. He had multiple specials where he had extended periods where he is aggressively transphobic. Nico, look, dude, what I'm saying honestly, in a different world, in a different context, I might get into a whole thing with you about gun control, but I've had too many cocktails to have a serious thing, and I completely get it.
But, okay. Here's the thing: if you've seen all of his specials, then I'm sure you're aware that he has. We're talking about, talking about back to David Chappelle. If you've seen all his specials, then I'm sure you're aware that he has made a plethora of anti-gay and anti-trans humor. Now, whether that defines him as a human being, as someone who is anti-gay or anti-trans, that is separate, because what you are on stage isn't necessarily who you are off the stage. But you cannot deny the fact that he has done that, you know?
Yeah. He's done stuff like, oh, how much do I have to buy into this person's delusion and whatnot? So, Nika, what are you saying? Having too much vodka. Yeah, dude. Okay. I'm on like my 5th cocktail for the night or something. So, you know, I can't do, dude, I can't do subtlety at the moment. So,
but he had that really strong one that was way stronger than what I'm drinking tonight. He had that the
nuclear widow.
Thank you. Yeah,
I swear to God. Okay, if I can keep it to, I think if I had made that one colder, it would probably be more, because it was really good. And in my head, I was just going like, I love a cold, strong martini, and that's pretty. I needed more ice and to stir that for longer.
You didn't have enough ice, you know. As Suffer says, time to go get more ice.
Yeah. And that's part of the lore of the stream. For anyone who doesn't know it, okay, so I remember that night you were on camera.
It was me who brought it up in the first place. I started.
There was the other dude who was on camera.
Just like I do with It's a Whole Thing, you know. Like when you repeat something over and over again, I catch wind of it and then just start playing back at you, you know, because I know you're okay with that.
Yeah, because it's fun. But for literally about half an hour, I couldn't stop myself from going, I have to go get some ice. I have to go get some ice. And so that became a huge joke, because I spent half an hour
and every single time you said it, me and Suffer took our laugh level to the next level, and you said it 40 or 50 times, so we were just completely peaking, you know.
I just kept saying it for half an hour. I have to go get some. And then I realized you were all taking the piss, and I was just like, fuck you guys. Fuck you guys.
She's got a shoe attached to her foot.
Oh, no. So Nikki's having Fireball and weed. Okay. That's a hell of a thing. What are we talking about? Okay, it's just like midnight now. So I've been streaming for 4 hours. I think we can keep going for a while. I've done that. Can I pour something else in there? I don't know if I should go for much longer, honestly, because I'm thinking of... Okay, so I did 3 of the top 10. What do I have to do tomorrow night for cocktails of the year? All right, got to go through the list.
You got 3 more to go, don't you?
No, I've got 2 more to go. Plus, I want to remake 2. So I've got to do the Damn It Jimmy, which is sake, white rum, sherry, vermouth, and sugar syrup, and the Imperial, which is vermouth, maraschino, dashes of absinthe. So I've got to do those, but potentially I want to redo the Portside Spice, because I did. It's supposed to have apple brandy in it, and I did my Applejack, which is probably
you got to go out and get apple.
Yeah. Oh, this is maybe too sweet. Jim, hello. By the way, you had saying, "Looky yonder." You're in a Nick Cave mode. Look yonder. Big black crow comes. Come to Tupelo. Okay.
Wasn't that Lead Belly?
No, that's Nick Cave.
Oh, okay.
The Firstborn is Dead. It's an album that I got on vinyl. Sorry, I hurt my throat by doing throaty Nick Cave impersonations. Come to Tupelo. Chog knows Lead Belly. Okay.
It's Lead Belly. I knew it.
It is
Dude,
Lead Belly. Okay.
You sung the song. That's the same song you sung. Yeah. Well, of course I know who Lead Belly is.
Yeah, I know who Lead Belly is too. I thought we were
Dude,
talking about
I've had a lot of music education from him for the last 2 years.
So I've got two I've got to make, but I maybe if I go out and find some apple brandy, I want to remake the Portside Spice, and I am tempted to do another Nuclear Widow, but I just can't. I had because I was really enjoying the Nuclear Widow tonight, but a bit of my mind going, if this was even colder. There's something about strong martinis if they're like freezer cold. Oh God, I might actually make one and put it in the freezer, and then just pour it into a glass. And oh God, I might do that. Do a Nuclear Widow, have it in the freezer for a couple of hours.
Ooh.
And then just pour it into a glass.
Oh, that is a good idea. Yeah.
I swear that was a hot favorite for my cocktail of the year. Oh.
Yeah, I'm ready to start learning how to do clear ISA. It's definitely overdue, and I need to get the right cups. That's all. Every time I'm out at Coles,
you've just got to get those insulated
or Kmart or something, I'm looking at the cups, going, "Is this the right one?" You know.
The big thing is it has to be
Shaun of the
wider.
Dead. Who? I'm not. Am I the fat one? Wait, am I the fat one?
Nika, no, I'm the fat one. I'm
No.
You're clean shaven. I'm definitely the fat guy.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, that's all right then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love the scene in Shaun of the Dead when they're flicking through records and they're deciding which records they're going to use
Because
to throw.
they're going to throw it at the zombie's head.
Yeah.
No, not this one. Yeah.
That's a funny movie. Yeah.
Chog loving One Night Alone, Nika. Hottest take of the night. I love. Yeah, it was a pretty good take, Nika. That where the guys from Shaun of the Dead. Also,
it's better than calling him Jack Black. You know,
people call me Jack Black
all the time.
I swear to fuck, people say it all in real life. I get randos come onto the stream who call me a Jack Black looking motherfucker, but I get people in real life, like legit. My son works at a gaming bar in the city, and I happened to be in the building where that was one day, and I thought I'll just go down and see if he's working. I went to the reception and said, "Oh, is he working?" And they went, "Oh no, he comes in later." And I went, "Oh, okay. I just wanted to come down and see him." And they go, "Oh, you're his dad, okay." And like an hour later, my son texts me and goes, "My co-worker just texted me and said, you never told me your dad was Jack Black." And it's just wild. And it was even like I was out at a market like Caulfield Market, all these things. And, when you're at markets, people at the stalls try to talk you into coming over and someone's going, "Hey, come over, check this." And I'm like, no. And I laughed a bit and went, no. And this guy at the store went, "Yeah, laugh it up, Jack Black." And I was just cracking up. It's just like, oh my God, so many people just call me Jack Black. Thank you, Jim. We're both the handsome one, despite our looks. Okay.
I'm not sure how to take that.
I know that's a pretty good turn of phrase. Yes, Nika. Isn't the new Anaconda Jack Black and Paul Rudd? I don't know.
Yep. We were just talking about that earlier tonight.
Yeah.
The trailer looks funny. I'm willing to give it a go.
Like it's like
someone was saying. I think someone was saying before that it's got no, it's just milking for money. and it's a remake of some shit and da 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 da. But I'm like, dude, there are so many great fucking movies that have been coming out over the last 3 years that have blown me away, and nobody goes to see those. So don't go complaining about, you know, all these big budget films and stuff like that that are, you know, milking something, because they're the ones you're going to see. They're the ones that you're actually watching. You're not going to watch, you know, the new Spike Lee film with Denzel Washington. You know, like, you're going to watch those fucking Edgar Wright fucking Running Man. You know, like.
Oh, I swear to God, I might watch that when it comes out. Honestly,
But you get what I mean, right? Like,
yeah,
people
no,
are
I do.
complaining that they're selling out, but they're the ones you're going to see. Everybody's not going to if the movies that you know are original and stuff like that, you know, were getting the same kind of numbers, then we would get more budget onto those kind of films.
Yeah. Also, I'm going to throw out Nika. I think that's the second time you've brought up Alien Earth.
Alien Earth,
I
yeah.
am enjoying, but I think it was about episode 5 to advance the plot required someone to do the stupidest fucking thing imaginable. And there was like two things that took me out of it. There was a person, a scientist, a super intelligent person who basically had to do the stupidest fucking thing imaginable. And overall, this compound that was holding in supposed high security, dangerous alien creatures had like no security features whatsoever. It's kind of like if the security's breached, no alarm goes off. And it's like, okay, that's kind of shit that you did those two things in one episode. A person had to make the stupidest fucking decision imaginable, and your secure facility had to have no alarms on it. And it's like if the security's breached, it's like no alarms go off. It was like, what the fuck?
Aliens full of shit like that. Remember Prometheus? When they went onto another planet and they're discovering, and then there's these two guards and they're standing around and they're watching this goo in the ground, and then this little alien head pops up and goes, and then this guy leans down and goes, Gucci, Gucci, goo. And I'm like, what the fuck? You just traveled across the fucking other end of the universe and you're going Gucci, Gucci, goo to some fucking foreign.
Yeah. That was true. But even the whole thing, this is the thing that always bugs me. It's like, oh, we've got a breathable atmosphere. Let's not have any of our spacesuits on. It's like, dude, on Earth, people who just traveled to different continents got exposed to viruses and bacteria that fucking killed them because they had never experienced it on their continent and they had no defenses against it. But for fuck's sake. Jim, oh my God, Young Ones reference Jim. Special Patrol Group was a hamster. Vivian's hamster he called SPG, yes.
Oh,
which
okay,
was the British heavily armoured cop response group.
I don't think we're far behind you, Chog. I think we've hit the 4-hour mark.
I think we're like midnight. Yeah, we've
I
passed
feel like,
midnight.
you know, he said he was tired anyway, you know, so.
Chog, I've appreciated all the chat tonight. I feel like I'm going to do a little bit.
It's good having you back again, you know.
Yeah, it is very nice to see you because you were a regular for ages and then, you know, you had a life or whatever, so you went off and did stuff. But it was nice to see you again.
Yeah, he used to always say the wife would say, hello, angry Aussie to you or something like that.
Yes, Mrs. Chog would say hello as well, yes. Oh, okay, I'm going to eat the cherries.
We've all got little routines that we follow, you know, yeah. Oh, a triple cherry. Oh, it's a big one. Look at that.
because I was just using up the cherries that were in the jar. There were 5 cherries in the jar, so 3 tonight and 2 tomorrow night. Nika, fuck those jeans. I feel like I know what that's a reference to, by the way.
Was he actually referencing your video?
I don't. Oh yes, no, that maybe that's it. Oh, dude, I've had enough alcohol
Yeah,
tonight. I
clearly
can't.
we're at the mark. Yeah.
Mm. Oh my
I
god,
feel like a
I
dickhead
love-
tonight. Like a dickhead tonight. Remember that from the Late Show?
Mm. Oh my god, I love those cherries so fucking much. Yeah, Nika's saying it was Diesel, the video I played earlier. Mm. Mm. Yeah,
All
I
right,
think
I'm going to tap out and let you do your outro, okay?
Sleepy Bobos. I am planning to do a stream tomorrow night as well. Do another couple cocktails a year. So by tomorrow night, in my mind, the idea is to have had identified the top 3 cocktails of the year, and maybe even know what the number 1 is. But we'll see. That's tomorrow night. But I'm going to bid you fine and funky people a good night. I've thoroughly enjoyed your company tonight, and I thank you for joining me. But I'm going to go sleepy bobos now. So I'll see you another time. But bye for now.
You are totally fucked up!